Hello, hatchlings. How is everybody? Rice Shower is clearly doing well, as you can see. I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. I've taken care of the... what do you call it? I don't know. I went through the, what am I trying to say? I don't know. We got a lot of stuff done today, and I'm recovering from that, I guess. The login stuff, all those bonuses and whatnot, I did those. I caught up. And some of you sent me friend requests on here, so I accepted them. And yeah. If you still haven't sent me a friend request on Uma and you want to, please, by all means, do it. Anyway, where were we? It is time. We gotta see if we can finish. We have 3 more goals left in our gold ship career. 4, I guess. My bad. I gotta place top 3 in the tennis show. Then first in the Takarazuka Kinen. And then first in tennis show, and then first in Arima Kinen. I have concerns. I've got all the fans I need to race in all of them, so I don't have to worry about taking any superfluous races. I just have to worry about getting my stats up to a point where I'm killing it. So let's go. We don't have to do witch training anymore, so we can just do focus on the physical stats. Hello, Muni. Welcome in. Thank you for the first time chat. Goldchip told me she wants to go shopping, so here we are in the shopping district. I snagged some sesame miso flavored space macarons. I want to try the sweet and savory fried chicken and the boiled egg flavors too, so they're on my list for next time. Finally not at work, congratulations. You're leaving work as I start work. Excellent timing for both of us. What's all the hustle and bustle over there? Step right up and try your luck with our New Year's raffle. This year's grand prize is a hot spring vacation for 2. First prize winners get a deluxe carrot hamburger steak. Second prize winners get a bushel of carrots. And third prize winners can take home a single carrot. Don't let this opportunity pass you by. Get a ticket now and spin for your chance to win. Did you hear that? There's a raffle. Speaking of, I got a piece of paper when I bought the macarons. Must be a raffle ticket. Want to give it a try? Yeah, forget going big or going home. I'm aiming for the booby prize. What? Hey, so you guys got a booby prize for losers too? What is it? The carrot or the stick? Or maybe even a wrecking ball? What is... Boldly aiming for the worst prize, Gold Ship turns the handle. A small plastic ball drops from the tumbler's opening. It's a gacha within a gacha. Would you looky here? You've won the 3rd prize. Here's your carrot. You obtained carrot. Aw, man. 3rd prize. And it's just 1 carrot. It's neither the booby prize nor the grand prize. I don't even know how to react. But I turned a piece of paper into a carrot. That's gotta be a miracle of some kind, right? Thank you, paper. Thank you, carrot. It just goes to show that food is precious. We discussed just how grateful we are for the single carrot the whole way home. I love her so much. She's a special, sweet princess baby. My poor, sweet, broken, freak, lovely weirdo. Anyway, a new year has dawned, and with it, the world of senior races opens up before us. In fact, some big races like the Spring Tono Show and Takarazuka Kinen are right around the corner. I hope Goldship can keep going strong this year. With my hopes high for the future, I begin prepping a training session for Goldship, but she doesn't show up. I have no choice but to search the academy for her, after some time. So I've got a question for you, Takezo. Even though we're students now, we've got to go out into the real world someday. What do you think we'll need when the time comes? Good question. I don't know. The answer's simple. We'll need normie power. What? What's normie power? I'll tell you. It's the ability to fit into society like a gear and get down to work lickety-split. Oh, so you're fucked, Goldship. She's fucked. She's doomed. Although, all she has to do is open up a yakisoba stand somewhere, and she'll be fine. You can't go rocking the boat, you know? You gotta do what floats people's goats. No? God, Goldship, one of us. I know, right? Ugh. That makes sense. We wouldn't want to sink any goats. Okay. Exactly. Now that the preface is out of the way, I want to test out my own normie power. Time to get my lickety-split on. Quick, come with me. I can't let Goldship out of my sight, so I do my best to keep up with him. It's true. Behold, a train station. The battlefield of the normies. What? As a thing that normal people would say. A very normal way to view a train station. Battlefield? How so? Isn't it obvious? There are rules for riding trains. No matter what befalls you within those walls, you can't make a scene. You may be starving or get the sudden urge to whistle, but you have to endure that suffering. That's what normies do. Yeah, those are comparable. Wow, normies sure have it rough. These girls are wonderful. Today, we walk in their shoes. It's time to prove we can fit into society. Why? What have I done? I challenge you to see who can stay quiet the longest on the train. You're on. Sounds hard, but I'll do my best. And you, trainer, don't think I didn't notice you standing there spying on us the whole time. Busted. It's on you to see this battle to the end. I am the referee and judge to so many challenges between Goldship and others. It's intense. This is the third time this career that she's been like, you, trainer, you are the judge here, but while I challenge this other Uma to a, not even a serious competition. They're all absurd, which is good. I enjoy it, but she's a very specific kind of girl. It's on you to see this battle to the end. Determine the winner of our contest, and therefore who fits into society better. It's neither of you. Neither of you does that. And that's how I got roped into overseeing Goldship's battle with Winning Ticket. Click, clack, click, clack. "15 seconds in. I have to focus. Crab, shrimp, squid, octopus. I'm a normie. I'm a normie. You know, like normal people do. 30 seconds in. Scallop, sea bream, shrimp, dolphin. Crap, dolphins are mammals. Normies don't panic. Play it cool, nice and easy, smooth and steady. Wow. They're hopeless. 45 seconds in. How could a self-proclaimed marine biology expert like myself make such a rookie mistake? The shame. The shame. I gotta hold still. Hold still, hold still, hold still. Finally, after just 1 minute. Gah! I can't take it anymore. Both of them together. The doors have hardly begun to open before they're squeezing themselves out onto the platform. A couple... Yeah, absolutely. 2 extremely autistic girls. 2 autistic horse girls get on a train. This is the beginning of the most obvious joke in existence. One of them screams about marine animals after a minute, and the other one has a panic attack. So fucking good. Just panting.
You're cute.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. I couldn't breathe in there. I thought I was a goner for sure. I love that little gif. That is such a great gif. Gently petting a jumping spider. I love that so much. Yeah, I'll never take breathing for granted ever again. What a sentence. And if there was just one more thing that'll stick with me after today, it's that dolphins are mammals. That's one mix-up I won't be making again. The competition is over before I can declare a winner. Gold chip versus winning ticket, draw, to be continued. I think that's how every one of them has played out, too. Which, like, good. I'm glad she's getting her draws out in these ridiculous competitions between races. While she places first in almost every one. That night, Gold Ship has yet another strange dream. Ship of gold, resting beneath the waves. Your quarry draws near. Radiant, uncharted territory awaits your arrival. What was that?
Oh,
I know. It's probably another dream about that Eden thingy. But man, I know I've heard that voice somewhere. Makes me feel weirdly nostalgic. Good morning, Gold Ship. Quite late to rise today, aren't we? Major McQueen, Gold Ship's best friend and primary prank target. Morning, huh? Funny. McQueen makes me feel the same sense of nostalgia as my dream. It's just like the smell of the tatami mats at my Gramps' place. I beg your pardon. I hope you're not speaking about me. No, hang on. McQueen smells slightly different. If I had to say, my dream reminded me more of, like, the smell of dirty socks after a hard day's work. What a weird... Imagine being there with your friend, and she's just, like, mumbling to herself about you and how you remind her of the smell of tatami mats. And it's just like, alright. But why though? It's Valentine's Day, and everyone's hearts are aflutter. Time for me to take my horse on a date. I guess? I don't know. Just like good friends, it's common for Umamusume and their trainers to exchange gifts as a symbol of their bond, under normal circumstances anyway. We're probably the exception. Gold Ship doesn't do normal. It would be best not to expect business as usual. That is true. 100%. Absolutely no deflection or lies there. Still, I've brought some chocolate for her just to be on the safe side. Giving it to her after training should be enough to make this feel like Valentine's Day. Or at least, that's what I thought. Not only does Gold Ship not show up for training, she's still nowhere to be seen by the time sunset rolls around. I hope she hasn't gotten into trouble. Getting worried, I pull out my phone to call her when suddenly... Peace, peace. Goshi here. I haven't seen you all day. You alive? I should be asking you that. Whoa. You don't beat around the bush, do you? Sorry, I had a little something to take care of. I'm out on the water right now. You're Where? The high seas, matey. Where else would you find a ship? But, whew, catching a decent-sized red sea bream sure took a while. But good golly, did I catch a biggin. Now hurry and get your butt over here. Huh? I'll be waiting by the shore. Later. That's what Jana means. I'll see you later. I've got no idea what's going on, but it sounds like I'd better head for the beach. Hey, over here. What kept you? What are you doing out here? Huh? Today's Valentine's Day. Haven't you heard? And you know what that means. Voila! She pushes something into my hand so suddenly that I almost drop it. Here, for you. It's sea bream sashimi. Fresh, tender, and delicious. That sounds good, actually. Sashimi? Nothing makes sense anymore. For lack of anything better to do, I look up at the sky. I don't know if that might be one of the most romantic things ever. I went and caught a fish for you to make fresh sashimi just for you on Valentine's Day. That's lovely. I'm stuffed. That was some mighty good sea bream. This Valentine's Day was anything but normal, but I did get to eat some great sashimi. I want to thank Goldship for going out of her way to catch and prepare it for me. Here, this is for you. What? You got me something too? A real sucker for protocol, huh? Well, it looks like we both got each other gifts. I knew I was right to go with the sea bream. What do you mean? Oh, gonna ask straight up? Want to peek at Golshi's heart, do you? You know how flowers have symbols and meanings and yada yada yada? Well, so do fish. Do they? And red sea bream means... Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna tell you. Marizan once told me that a lady always knows what cards to keep to her chest. So if you want to know, you're just gonna have to find out yourself later. Valentine's Day with Goldship sure was a roller coaster ride, but I had fun. I think. Oh. Oh! Fuck yes. I love that. That's incredible for me. I gotta look it up. What the fuck does red sea bream mean? It's symbolic of good luck and celebration and prosperity. Alright. What a weird secret to keep. Why? Why couldn't you just say that? Alright. Ready power, because that's the one with the friendship training. It's so fucking good. Energy went down by 21. My friendships are maxed out. Red sea bream, it's a fish. Yeah, and it means good luck, apparently. It actually had, like, I looked it up. It has a symbol, like, it's got symbolic, meaning in Japanese culture. Good luck and prosperity. Tasty too, I guess. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, 100. It's got to be. I'm sure I've had it. I've been to tons of sushi places, eaten Japanese food. Goldship has finished training for the day. I want sushi so bad. I want. There was a place. There's a place in East Lansing. I wonder if it's still there. Yeah. It still exists. There's a place in East Lansing, Michigan. When I went to Michigan State University, we'd go there frequently. Called Sansu Sushi. And I used to go there all the time. And they've got an eel dish there. There it is. Unadon. So fucking good. The most tender eel I've ever had in my life. Melts in your mouth with like, I'm sure if you've had sushi, you've had eel sauce. It's the sweet, black, like, it's just a little viscous, and they drizzle it over rolls and stuff. It's so fucking good. I have wanted that dish for 21 or like 20 years now, something like that. I've missed it for that long. Never had eel, I don't think. Coming from the West Coast, the only sashimi you've had is salmon. Oh no, I'm sorry. This one wasn't sashimi. This was it was cooked eel over rice. It was an eel rice bowl, which still is fantastic. Their sushi is also really good. Yeah, I miss it. It's so fucking good. Goldship has finished training for the day. Thanks, trainer. Laters. She's doing the supple train again. Let's get her to recover some energy. Food talk is making you hungry. I get it. I would be hungry, but I literally just finished eating a chicken salad quesadilla. And it's very good. Today I've come to the track to watch a race. It looks like Kita-san Black is going to be competing. Excuse me, you're not supposed to see Kita by any chance? Satono Diamond and Kita-san are friends. She still hasn't arrived at the racetrack. The staff members are looking for her too. She'd never arranged to meet her at the race course. What if something happened to her on her way here? I'll try looking outside. I'll come too. Don't you need her to prepare for the race? Ah yes, you're right. Satono Diamond stays behind as I head off to search for Kita-san Black. We're almost there. Don't give up now. One more time. Heave ho! I find Kita-san Black on the riverbank. She's holding a rope, and at the end of it is a truck that's submerged in a river. We just need to pull a little more. The race is about to start. Huh? Already? Wait, you're competing? You'd better get yourself over there fast. Yeah, we can manage this by ourselves. Get going. No way. Didn't you say you have to deliver the stuff in this truck within the hour? Just let me help a little longer. I'll make it to the race before it starts, I promise. But you're going to be tired out. Alright, but the next time I say you need to go, you need to go. Got it. Thanks so much. Okay, time to pull. But no matter how hard they try, the truck stuck in the muddy riverbed doesn't budge. Can't give up. We're so close. We need a team of Umamusume over here. Get all the girls you can find and give them all ropes. There's no time left to waste. No way. Can it really end like this? Let me help too. Of course it's Satono Diamond. Dai? What are you doing here? There's no time to explain. I just have to grab here and pull, right? Another Umamusume? We might just be able to do this. It's bound to budge this time. Here we go, everyone. Heave ho! Heave ho! Heave ho! With the immense strength of the two Umamusume, the tires begin to roll and we finally pull the truck out. Whoa! Looks like I'll be able to take my delivery or make my delivery on time after all. Thank you so much. No problem at all. We're all here to help each other out. That's what my dad always says. You really did it, Kita. Thanks. You really saved the day, Dai. Well, I figured you must have gotten yourself mixed up in something. Hey, that goes for you too. And you still have your race wear on even. Well, I just couldn't sit around knowing you might be in trouble, could I? Suppose we really are pretty similar, aren't we? Yep. If you're ever in a bind, you know I'll come running. After making a vow of firm friendship, the two sprint off. What kind of race will they put on? My heart races with anticipation. This contributed to Goldship's growth. Speed went up, power went up. Professor of Curvature? That's not suggestive at all. This is my best friend, Seeker of Pearls. She's a professor of curvature. It's just like, what? Excuse me, huh? Moderately increased ability to break out of the pack when positioned towards the front. 200 meters. Professor of Curvature is a very, very good skill. Increased velocity on a corner with skilled running. Oh yeah, that does look good. I really want to give her Blue Rose Closer. Thank you, Selena. Ah, delicious. Fresh hot water. I should do speed. Let's get her speed going. Ah, we've done this one. Taiki Shuttle I need to get. Just so I can do my southern accent the whole way through. Because that's... She's got one of them country accents from like out in rural Japan somewhere. And the best... what do you call it? I don't even know. One of them fancy words for something that's similar to something else would be this one. What I got right here. It's contributed to Gold Ship's growth. Excellent. Speed and power up again. Time to rest. As I head to the academy early in the morning. Oh, she's well rested. She's gonna pretend to be... Oh, she's got it because she's an American... Oh! Alright. She's got a Japanese name, so... It's raining. Water, water everywhere. And the rain's only getting stronger. American bread, okay. Alright. Well, that's even better. It's wild that... That's... It's not. That's pretty normal. That's the kind of people who tend to own horses in the US. So she's toast? Selena. Alright. Someone report a murder. The forecast says there's a huge storm coming, so we won't be able to train outside. I checked the news only to see reports of record-breaking winds and rain throughout the country. I have a bad feeling about this. The storm leaves its mark everywhere it goes. Not even the Ura Finale is safe. Enough! I'll go and negotiate myself. I'll make this happen no matter what. Director, please. That's not going to help. What's the matter? Ah, trainer. You see, the thing is, the Ura Finale might have to be called off. What? You are aware that race courses are made of turf, yes? That turf is grown on one of a small number of designated farms and then laid on the track. However, I've just been told that the recent stormy weather has ruined the turf we were growing. That turf was intended for the Ura Finale. For safety reasons, the track surface must be replaced before the race. However, with the replacement turf destroyed, I suppose it would be possible to restrict the event to dirt tracks, but... Inconceivable! That's no good at all. The Ura Finale is meant to give every Umamusume a chance at glory. Director. Determination. I will make it happen by any means necessary. I will not betray the Umamusume who have worked so hard for this race, or the fans who have supported them. I set out to give every Umamusume a chance to shine. Until that goal is fulfilled, I will not stop. Ah, Director. I wonder what she's planning. This is hardly out of character for her, but I hope she doesn't push herself too far. I'm worried too. It's hard not to be, isn't it? Ever since I first met her, she's always been a force of nature. She has?
はい。
Her mother, the former director, is an exceptional woman. Her expertise regarding Umamusume was actively sought after not only in Japan, but all over the world. Eventually, she decided to move her focus overseas. Considering her daughter's young age, the plan was originally for somebody else to succeed her as director. However, Miss Akikawa spoke up and asked to take over herself. She won the position with a speech that would rival any adult. So she really is a little girl. She is a child. And she's still in charge of this major nationwide event. She runs the Umamusume racing industry in Japan as a little girl. She's she's autistic. So yeah, I mean, yes. Yeah, what did I say? I mean, you just said it differently. That's all. It truly was inspiring, you know. Everyone who heard it could feel the breadth of her knowledge, the clarity of her vision, and above all, the depth of her love for Umamusume. Yeah, she info-dumped on them. She might look immature, and she can certainly act chaotically at times, but her feelings for Umamusume are genuine.
残念です。
She poured all that love into planning this race, and now it might come to nothing. Then, we have to make it happen.
はい。
We do. I'll rack my brain for a solution.
お願いします。
So please, I would appreciate any help you can give. The Ura finale, cancelled? Hopefully we can find a way to stop that from happening, but what can we possibly do? I hear Goldship's voice coming from the roof one day and decide to investigate. Hiya! Are you okay? Not to worry, you're safe now. Once again, I've managed to protect the Academy from the threat beyond the stars. It sure took a lot out of me, though. Recovering is going to take a while. I don't know about the threat beyond the stars, but Goldship's exhaustion seems real. It takes her a while to get back in form. Energy went down by 10. Mood went down. God damn it.
早くしねえと勝手にどっか行っちまうぞ。
How dare she? This is not the first time I've seen the mention of a student forming their own school defense squad based on Sentai or other similar things because they live in another world in their brain and do weird stuff all the time. I'm not reading it personally, but I know someone reading Fruits Basket, and one of the guys in Fruits Basket, like, there's a whole bunch of people who are actually supernatural creatures. They're associated with the Zodiac or something. I don't know. It's weird, and I haven't read it myself. But yeah, like, they're assigned Zodiac spirits, and they're supposed to be incarnations of them. And there's also just, like, a guy at the school who has decided that every member of the student council is, like, they're a Sentai squad, and he assigns colors to them based on their position in the student council and what he thinks that means in association to the general accepted roles in Sentai squads, like the tropes and whatever. And it's just like, and like, he's not doing it like, he acts like they're an actual Sentai squad, and it's like, okay, it's just like this. But anyway.
おお、やってやりますとも。 なるほど。
Is this today's training regimen? How do I get her friendship maxed out? Hell yeah, speed training level up.
Easy.
Alright, more inspiration. That's really good.
Oh, yossa.
Give me more hit levels in Blue Rose Closing. Because I want to learn that. I got hit levels for Triumphant Pulse and corner recovery. That's not bad. Today is the Fan Fest, and Tracen Academy is bustling with activity. Meanwhile, over on the training track,
Yarimashita.
Goldchip, you've been doing great on Name That Sound. You're down to your final 3 sounds now. Are you ready? Here comes the next one.
Yosh.
I got this. Give me your best shot. Clip. That's a cinch. That's a tadpole jumping out of the water.
Chua.
I can't believe it. That's correct. You'll figure that out at warp speed. Incredible. Now, on to the next sound.
Otto.
Trip.
S.
Too bad, because I know exactly what that is. It's Morning Dew on Grass.
Woo.
Unbelievable. Not only was that right, you got it in no time. Just how good are you, Golshi? You're gonna have to try harder than that if you want to stop me. Bold words. Let's move on to the final sound.
Ikimasu.
Answer correctly and the championship belt is yours. Now, ready your ears. I have no idea. Strange. Look at this, folks. Golshi's got her brows furrowed. Has she finally met her match? Nah, it's not that. It's obviously the sound of a woodblock fish. What's bothering me is its life force. It's a life force?
Oh.
Yeah, each sound until this point felt so alive. They were filled with vitality. But not that poor fish. I don't feel a thing from it. It has no life, strength, or passion. There's not even the slightest hint that it's alive. It's as empty as the dried out husk of a dead tree.
Oi.
Hey, whoever's working behind the scenes, yeah, you. Are you just going through the motions back there? Give it the program, you slacker. That's a temple woodblock you're sounding, so treat the fish with more respect and get some life into it. I bet you didn't know, but if struck with enough heart and soul, even a wooden fish can take to the water and swim. I thought this was a quiz show. What happened? Did they just decide to change directions with it halfway? What is it now, a play? Unfortunately not. This is no act. Goldchip is genuinely angry and over the treatment of a woodblock of all things. I'm so done with this quiz. Shut the whole thing down. Show's over. Bring that wooden fish over to me right now. I'll show you what raging passion sounds like. Hey, you can't go back there. Rah! Here comes my fish block solo! Goldchip holds it proudly and begins striking it so fast her movements are a blur. It plays as lively as a taiko drum performance, thanks to her expert strikes. The ripples of energy flowing from the woodblock is just like that of a fish slipping through the water. Amazing! Goldchip is awesome! So this is what it means to steal the show. That sound. Could it be a wooden fish? It is Machikane Fuku Kataru. Hey, I nailed it! I'm very proud of myself. It's being played with such vigor. I feel my virtue rising just by listening to it. Hiya! Hooyah! Hoppity rag! Whether cedar, fir, or sequoia, whatever you're made of fits like a jigsaw. Is it just me or are those some pretty sick beats coming from the stands? What? Just listen to all this. There's so much excitement in the air. Alright. You know I've got to join in on my air guitar. Fuku Kataru, Takezo, you two are the best. Thanks for the great vibes. Come on down and rock out with me. Before long, the sound of the wooden fish, rhythmic chanting, and improv air guitar sound effects echo throughout the track. And throughout the whole thing, the audience doesn't miss a beat playing their part. This event eventually goes down in Tracen Academy lore as the day the wooden fish rocked out. I'm glad her mood went up. Oh, hell yeah! Warning shot went up to 4. It got 2 levels between races. That's incredible. She didn't even get a chance to race with it at level 3 yet. I'm so glad. And her mood is great, which is also fantastic. I want to my friendship up with her. And I also need to raise my guts a little bit. Oh good, now my guts training is better. One day, Goldship comes to the trainer's office. Why, hello there, trainer. Sure is lovely weather we're having today, don't you think? Did something happen? Goodness, why do you look so startled? I dare say you seem a little off today. Are you feeling well? You don't seem like yourself either. Well, if you must know, I've been having strange headaches of late. Speaking of which, I feel one coming right now. Ow, ow, ow. Give me a break. What's with that look? You're Goldship, right? What? I'm the one and only Goldship. Who else would I be? Ouch. All that shouting's made my headache even worse. Goldship seems to be plagued by bad migraines. No! Did she get a condition? Okay. It sucks that her mood went down, but it's still good, so... Alright. She could place well. I hope she wins. We're gonna see. Before the tennis show. One of the races we've set our sights on for the year, the tennis show, has begun. My hobbies include ballroom dancing, ballet, flower arrangement, and combat sports. How lucky you are to be in the presence of Goldship, the refreshing, adorable, and beautiful Umamusume. She's not wrong. I love the way she races, it's so cute. I shall win with grace, as I always do. I don't know why she's talking like that, but what matters most is that she can't wait to get started, and that's a great sign. Let's have a good race. Or let us have a good race, Goldship. Oh, Flash! Haha, there you are. I had a feeling you'd be here when I heard I'd have to go up against a tough opponent. But I'm not gonna go easy on you, oh no. Today I'm really gonna lay it on you. Like, just go straight up bonkers until... Pardon me. What I mean to say is that I'll be leaving you in the dust with my perfect and brilliant strides. Yes, well, I shall see you on the track. And so the showdown with Ice and Flask officially begins. Alright. Number 3 favorite. She's... She's pulled out of it to number 1. I think I should be able to handle... I should be able to handle these two. We'll see. My speed and power are incredible compared to everyone else, so... And my stamina isn't bad compared to everyone else. Here we go.
一条の盾をかけた熱き戦い。最長距離 G1 天皇賞春。さあ1番人気の紹介です。栄進フラッシュ。続く2番人気は東海帝王グランプリウマ娘。
So this is the Emperor's
3番
race.
人気です。注目株のウマ娘だ。
That's what it means.
各ウマ娘ゲートに入って体勢整いました。
Alright, excellent.
綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いはセイウンスカイ16番5番。現在最高峰は1番人気の栄進フラッシュ。
What a silly move.
直線勝負にかけて
I love that.
終盤に期待です。
I love watching them just like run their hardest first thing.
早くも先頭に躍り出た。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは5番2馬身3馬身開いて16番内の方から東海帝王。それを見るようにスーパークリーク少し後ろから10番。そしてその外
Goshi's hanging out in the very back, like she does. There goes Rice Shower.
前から大きく開きました。隊列は縦長になっています。
仕掛けどころの難しいレースになりそうですね。
順位を振り返っていきます。依然先頭はセイウンスカイ。
Goshi just a relaxed jog for most of this. So good.
すぐに続いて東海帝王。まずは1周目正面スタンド前に上がっていく。そしてその外から行ったのはテイエムオペラ王。内をついてライスシャワー。その後ろ7番。その外並んでスーパークリーク2馬身差。1番栄進フラッシュ。ここに
She's up to 14.
6番外を通りましてマンハッタンカフェ。
All the rest of them in the back are burning out, obviously.
さらには9番13番並んできた。おつっと1人15番栄進フラッシュ。果たしてどうでしょうか。
馬場状態を確認しながら走っている感じですね。まだ本気ではないですよ。
1コーナーから
I see Flash is biding her time as well.
後から16番。あとは10番5番手東海帝王。
There we go, baby girl.
そしてその後方にはテイエムオペラ王。その後ろからスーパークリーク。内にはライスシャワー。その後から7番。
She's ready to win now.
ここにいます。そして1番後ろ6番。そしてその後ろから
Look at her go.
マンハッタンカフェ並んでくる。2周目の向こう正面に入って変わらず先頭を突き進みます。5番先頭を
Gaining with every step.
面白い展開だ。このまま進みますか。
これは大胆な作戦。波乱の展開になりそうです。
Go, Goshi, go.
先頭を進みますがこれは正解でしょうか。
セユンスカイ彼女の客室には合っていますね。
残り 1000m を通過。先頭は依然セイウンスカイ1馬身リード。2番手に外から10番栄進フラッシュ。
Come on, my sweet.
さあここで
Up to 6th.
ゴールドシップ。このまま一気に差しに行くのか。セイウンスカイまだリードをキープ
Go,
しています。
sweetheart, go.
外から栄進フラッシュ。
5.
第4コーナーカーブ。
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
先頭は見合ったまま。これは
4.
栄進フラッシュ。ここで抜け出した。さあ内から先頭を伺うのはセイウンスカイゴールドシップ。前を狙っているぞ。栄光まで400。さあ最終コーナーを曲がって
Oh, I don't know.
先コースに入った。外から飛んできたのはゴールドシップ。
Come on, Goshi.
このまま押し切れるか。栄進フラッシュ。足色はこらえら200を通
Oh,
過。
that's not good.
リードは2馬身。セイウンスカイ追いつつなる。3番手争いはテイエムオペラ王東海帝王。
Wow.
見せつけて
No!
ゴールイン。圧巻の走りでレースを制した。勝ったのは栄進。
Aw, man.
現役最強の名を見事勝ち取った。2着セイウンスカイ。3着に入ったのはテイエムオペラ王。
That's heartbreaking.
逆にすげえってことで
6th. We'll go ahead and end her career. She didn't have enough stamina. So she placed 6th. We didn't achieve our goals. I know. I want to try and set her up as a good veteran and then come back with someone else and basically I'm gonna try to build a foundation for her to be better in the future is what I'm working on. Like, maybe I'll go back and try Rice Shower again. Or... we'll see. Let's see. Should have taken that before, that might have helped her. Alright. C rank. Hell yeah. Of course, that's my top ranking now. Thank you, Selena. Not enough hydrating? That's probably what it is. Well, that's my new title. Hell yeah. We're definitely gonna edit this. Very good. Now we can do our daily races. Because we need to. Here we go. Should probably send her in. I know she's better on long, but... normal? I'll take it. She should be able to rock at this tier. Even though this isn't her strongest distances. We'll see.
各馬娘綺麗なスタートを切りました。
みんな集中してましたね。好レースが期待できそうです。
先行争いはセイウンスカイ14番13番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気ゴールドシップセイウンスカイ
She's staying in the middle of the pack.
先頭はセイウンスカイ単身で飛ばしている
Even pacing herself.
先頭から大きく離されて2番手は14番1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かう。さあ花に立ったのはセイウンスカイ。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのは14番2馬身3馬身開いてゴールドシップ
third place, just pacing herself. She's not even pushing. Second place, biding her time. That's intense.
向こう上面に入って先頭はセイウンスカイ。先頭がやや早いのか。隊列は縦長になっています。
各自自分のペースを保っているようですね。
先頭は依然セイウンスカイ4馬身リード。続いてジンボリルドルフゴールドシップ並んでくる4番手3番その後14番メジロライアン続いている。そして2番すぐに続いて13番その後ろに4番外で7番差がなく8番そしてその内から行ったのは1番その外並んで9番あとは10番そしてそのうち12番
Somebody just lost endurance and velocity.
ここからスパート。一気にレースが動きます。
シンボリルドルフここで抜け出した。さあいよいよ直線だ。どのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか。最初に駆け抜けてきたのはシンボリルドルフゴールドシップ食らいついてゆくシンボリルドルフ強すぎる完全に抜け出した200を通過強すぎる先頭は変わらずシンボリルドルフ3番手争いは
It's fine for her to play second.
セイウンスカイ後ろを突き放してシンボリルドルフゴールイン
ハマーだろ。
I still got a ton of points. I guess I should have just gone in again.
このゴールドシップ様を呼んだか。
She's great now. She should be able to kill it with a great mood. Maybe. We'll see. Let's see him go at maximum speed. This is always funnier. Look at this. 5, 4. Oh, she's rushed. That's not great. Haha! Deactivated her skill. 3. It looks so funny moving at that speed. That's alright. Third place is still... Alright, what are you talking about? What do you want me to buy? Oh, I can spend monies on star points. Star pieces. I should probably get those. Because I need those for enhancing Umas, right? What are these? Long racing shoes. No, I don't want to do that. That's a mile. Thank you for the head pats. Let's go and send Rice Shower. She's my medium racer. But... Nah, I changed my mind. She's still a great mood. Alright. Thank you, Rook. I'm just not nearly as invested in these. I can stretch, as I am in the career stuff. Y'all are gonna make my abdomen pop. Another hydrate. Her skill triggered and she lost a bunch of places? What the hell? Alright, that's fine. I don't know why. Why wasn't she able to do that? Alright, team trial. We'll go solidly in the middle. That's a bad idea. Let's go for the bottom one. Whoops, I already picked my opponent. Well. Make them all super happy. I don't care about this one. Of course she lost. The draw, that's fine. This one, I trained her, so I want to see her. Go Rice Shower. Glad to see her gaining on people. I'm not glad to see my opponent's stuff going on. That's alright. I still lost, I guess. That's fine. Just gonna see the results here, because again, I didn't do this one. Our gold ship against their gold ship. Yeah, there is another gold ship. That's funny. Alright. It's good that they put an arrow over since there could be two of the same Uma in the same race. It would be very funny to have a race where it's just all different iterations of the same Uma. Just 12 gold ships. Mine is in first for now. Wow. Mine is in first by a lot. Come on! An encloser isn't supposed to do that. That's very funny. I lost? Okay. That's fine. That's all the daily stuff, right? The new Umamusume episode. Win a race and career. Okay. Bunch of stuff there to collect. Bunch of those done. Oh, cool. I mean, that event's already over, so. Alright. Let's get these. Okay. Career time. No. I was wrong. First of all, I got a free scout. Expired exchange points have been converted to clovers, which I didn't have. So, yeah. Who is it? Nice nature. How many do I have? How many carrots can you get in a day? About 30 per day. That's... So, over 5 days you can earn a scout. And then over 50 you can earn it 10 times. That's... a lot. Can you trade monies for them at all? I don't think so. I should buy that. Because I've been using them. Just had to exchange for star pieces. Okay. I just figured out, I don't know, I looked it up. It's from the missions. Although it's probably smaller, right? Let's see. Support point, monies. 45 here. You get 45 from doing daily missions, so it's actually more than what I saw. I saw somebody else's bad math, and I went with it. So it's a little better. About 50% faster.
このゴールドシップ様を呼んだか
Where is she?
アグネス・タキオンだ。私の力が必要かい？
Mishodoto,
このゴールドシップ様を呼んだか？ああ
vodka.
ライワスカーレット行くわよ。プラスワンだ。エルコントルパサー。エアグルーヴだ。何か用か？ マヤのトップガン行くよ。はい、スーパークリークですよ。はい、メジロライアンです。
Who do I want to go with?
アグネス・タキオンだ。私の力が必要かい？
We're gonna go with her. Obviously. Hell yeah. Skills Triumphant Pulse, Ramp Up, Masterful Gambit, Auto Select. This time I don't have the Kiryuin stuff, which is fine. Alright. What position does Agnes Tachyon normally fill? She's a pace chaser? That's good. Alright, we'll skip that part. Their legacies live on. Wow, that's a lot. Introducing Agnes Tachyon. At long last, Agnes Tachyon and I are about to take on the Twinkle series. It begins today. We're meeting to have a discussion about our future prospects and goals. Or at least, that was the plan. Trainer, you are awake, I see. I come to my senses and find myself standing on a racetrack beneath a clear blue sky. I love her already. She's abducted me? Fantastic. It's very clear who's in charge here, and it isn't me. Huh? Relax. You're in a virtual dimension. In other words, this is a VR experience. I took a commercial product and tweaked it a tiny bit. I was so impressed that I didn't even notice the weight of the headset. I began to take it off when... Hold up, stop your uncouth behavior. I'll have you know my entire career as a researcher hinges on this experiment. What do you mean by experiment? I'm glad you asked. You see, the more proficient an athlete, the more advanced their latent cerebral functions are, generally speaking. By the same token, Umamusume are no exception. If the average Homo sapiens sapiens like yourself were to, for example, acquire a body equivalent to that of an Umamusume, to what extent would your cerebral functions acclimate to the Umamusume body? My aim is to quantify the differences between the physical and cerebral functions of Umamusume, and then utilize those findings for future inventions. This is but the test run. Long story short, I will have you do a partner run with me here in this virtual dimension. Doesn't that sound exciting? What? Come now! This marks the first day of our Twinkle series. Let's put in some effort. She promptly puts my headset back on. This was supposed to be our first day working together to take on the Twinkle series, but now it's looking like I'll be wrapped up in Agnes Tachyon's latest experiment. Okay, but what's the difference, though? All of a sudden, I find myself at the starting position. Whoa. Within the boundaries of this virtual dimension, you have access to an Umamusume body which your brain can control. This way, I can monitor your latent cerebral functions. This has to be incredibly dysphoric and jarring for any cis men that find themselves in this situation. Any trans women who haven't cracked their eggs yet, who get put in here, where Agnes is just like, yes, I've given you an Umamusume body in this virtual dimension. Your brain can feel it and control it. Then they just like break down crying, and they're sad now for reasons they couldn't explain before. Like, this is thrilling and exciting, and then they take the headset off, and then they just, their life is gray and miserable. Am I wrong? They're Umamusume, they're horse girls. If I was in my 20s, still deeply in the closet and in denial, and somebody did this to me, I don't know that I would survive it. Well, I probably would have survived it then. It probably would have been pretty good. I would have ended up crying for a week, though. It would have been a lot. All you have to do is run the same way you always do. Fixate your mind on the act of running, and the rest will come naturally. It may not seem natural at first, but you'll get the hang of it the longer you run, so just relax, okay? It appears I have no choice. The once familiar racetrack now looks like an entirely different beast. Let me explain. Within this virtual dimension, I am almost entirely my true self. This virtual body reflects the physical capabilities of my real one. But make no mistake, my brain is the one in control. So you can consider this a bona fide partner run between us. I can't believe I'm really going to race against Agnes Tachyon. Let's see, the EMG and ECG devices are recording. Heart rate and respiration are being measured. Excellent, excellent. Alright, what matters here is that you give it your 100%. Try and catch me. That's ridiculous. Listen to my words carefully. You are to try and catch me. At any rate, we are short on time. If that school bell rings, it's going to be a real hassle. Now, let the testing commence. As soon as the words leave her mouth, Agnes Tachyon breaks into a dash. Her speed seems to miraculously leave behind traces of dust, her breath, her heartbeats, even light, sound, and color. Said to have a top speed of around 70 kilometers per hour, the sight of an Umamusume at full throttle is simply breathtaking. Wow! They just have people that can run at 70 kilometers an hour. There's no way my human body can keep up. I stand there gawking at her distant figure, the one that was standing side by side with me just seconds ago. She relentlessly speeds further and further away. I run after her in an effort to catch up, but the distance doesn't shrink at all. I'm also using an Umamusume body, but she's on a whole different level. Agnes Tachyon may be a problem child obsessed with her research, but her raw talent is undeniably one of a kind. Her need for speed is genuine, and she never stops striving to reach new top speeds. See, you can do it if you try. Hey, you finally made it. Even this far away, I feel I can hear Agnes Tachyon's smug remark. So, how do you feel? I was reminded of how fast you are. Please, that's common knowledge. Any other observations? How did the run feel? I think I finally understand why you pursue the potential of Umamusume. Oh, is that so? The run must have been a real eye-opener for you then. I'm pleased that we see eye to eye. Future discussions will be easier now that we have reached this consensus. An unexpected outcome, but a favorable one. However, you still haven't given me a proper answer. Ah, right. Allow me to rephrase the question. Does it hurt anywhere? How fatigued do you feel? After running at a speed I never could before, my body is still reeling from the resulting headache and dizziness. I might topple over at any moment. Oh, is that so? How utterly fascinating. I see, I see. After a short bout of excitement, Agnes Tachyon waves goodbye, seemingly satisfied with the collected data. Thank you for your cooperation with today's experiment. Now if you'll excuse me. Just like that, she turns on her heel and walks off. Once I lose sight of her, I turn around and start heading back to my office. Am I forgetting something? I remember we're supposed to be having a meeting. Wait a minute. What is it now? I'm in the middle of something. We have to continue our discussion. Oh, you remembered. Let us postpone the meeting for tomorrow. As of this moment, I have important things to attend to. I can join you tomorrow if circumstances allow. If it turns out I cannot, well, you have to come. No need to get so worked up. Besides, even if I were to promise to attend, there's no guarantee that you would be able to come, right? Huh? What does that mean? The next day, true to her ominous word, a persistent, acute dizziness prevents me from taking even one step outside. Oh, I see. She fucked me up with her VR game. Alright. As a trainer, having the chance to experience... She just let herself into my house? She just came into my house. Well, I guess she had to have abducted me somehow. Alright. There's something deeply wrong with me. I am broken. All of these should be red flags. You're staying so quiet, just watching. I haven't even got past the introduction yet. I'm just like, she broke into my house and kidnapped me, and I'm just like swooning. That's bad, right? That's bad? Alright, let's move on. Jeez. As a trainer, having the chance to experience the wonders and mystery behind Umamusume kind is worth any sacrifice, wouldn't you agree? She spares just 5 minutes of her time for a visit. Either way, my days exploring the limits of Umamusume potential with Agnes Tachyon have begun. I got a lot of skill points. When I arrive at work in the morning, ready to start the day, Tazuna Hayakawa, the director's secretary, approaches me. Alright, she's gonna tell me all the normal stuff. A G1 title, sure you will. Keep in mind, first 3 years, most crucial. Yes, yes. 11 days. Accumulation and repetition are integral in both training and research. And then some other stuff that she said too fast for me to... I have no idea how to focus her things. She got a hint level. She got a hint level for Pace Chaser straightaways, which is important. Another Ura finale thing. She's a Pace Chaser. She leans power and speed out of the power speed stamina trio, but she'll still need some stamina. And a little bit of guts and wit. Send a few hundred guts and wits each. No events that time? That's weird. This one again. Ah, yes. It seems like there's an event every time later on. This one again. Why, there's a partner running over there. That's a new one. I can't tell her what she should do. I should simply show her. Thank you so much for the advice. I'll try asking her to run with me right away. Oh yeah. It's interesting to think of Agnes Tachyon as having friends in a traditional sense. Considering she's evil. Time to go talk to Trainer Kiryuin, take Happy Meek to the aquarium. It amuses me that you guys can see you can't see my cursor, but you can see the star and horseshoes pop up as I fly through this scene. Power of a big sister. There's a crowd of... Head to a sports store to take advantage of a sale. I'm pretty sure I haven't seen this one before. There's a crowd of Umamusume lined up in front, eagerly awaiting the store's opening. Ines Fujin. Ines? I think it's Ines Fujin, because it's not Ines, which it would be normally. It's almost time. I won't let anyone steal my deals. Major Orion. Thanks for the invite, Ines, or Ines. Let's do this. Those super cute, advanced shoes I've been eyeing will be mine. Fine motion. You're gonna fight over those deals too? I'll join in and win too. And so the eagerly awaited, for different reasons, sale begins. Yoink! This one's mine! Customers pour in and the store turns into a battleground. Ines Fujin is fearless in the thick of the fray. This is harder than I thought. We need to retreat for now. That was so fun. It felt like a super close race. I guess. Okay, nice job everyone. Did you all get what you wanted? No, it was a bloodbath for me. And then there's Fine. I don't think she was even looking for anything specific. She just went for anything she saw. The only thing I wanted was to have fun. And I got loads of it. Wow, Ines, you made out like a bandit. Is all that on the bench your loot? Well, I'm a pro at this. Like, half off frozen foods. I can't miss this. If I buy a bunch now, we'll have plenty of easy dinner options for a long time.
Okay.
Let's go! The twinkle wand, huh? So that's what you want. Okay, I'll go and buy one for you. I've still got plenty of money this month. The holiday sale will have some stiff competition, but they don't stand a chance against me. I've been bargain hunting for my parents and little sisters for years. Sometimes Ines still rushes out when she hears about a sale going on. Aw, that's cute. I guess you owe some of your racing speed to your shopping habits. Guess so. Oh, right. Ryan, you wanted those cute shoes, right? What? How did you know? I'm great at reading people. Here, I'll go get them for you. Ines, wait. I want to go bargain hunting too. Didn't know being a big sister gave you psychic abilities. So I'm going to tell Agnes Tachyon, get a little sister. That's how you get better. And she'll just be like, yes, you're absolutely correct. I should find my parents and arrange for them to breed. What? She has one. Her name is Agnes Digital. Oh, that's fair. Then she should already have this power. How did her energy go down? Everything else went up, so that's fine. We'll rest. Listen up, trainer. In my dream, I did it. In your dream? Exactly. I unveiled the long-standing mystery of the Umamusume body. What a sensation it was. It gave me goosebumps. Of course, when I awoke, I had completely forgotten its secrets. However, that feeling of exhilaration that ran through my entire body was unforgettable. Oh, I want to experience it once again. I have to make it a reality somehow. Agnes Tachyon looks happy to have had a good dream. I'm glad she was able to rest well. It came to me in a dream, and I forgot about it in another dream. Block out the noise. This one again. It's very interesting how these character tropes are frequently the same character when you really look at them. Beef, pork, chicken, curry. It's lunchtime. I head to a diner that's giving an all-you-can-eat special. There I see Tamamo Cross. Tamamo Cross. Inari, stop. Stop. You gotta think carefully about what to eat first. Inari is already a food, right? Inari is that... Inari sushi? Vinegared rice stuffed with tofu. Vinegar rice stuffed inside sweet and salty deep fried tofu pockets. That sounds delicious. I've had them. They are delicious. Inari, stop. Inari is so good. Stop. You gotta think carefully about what to eat first. What do you mean? I'm gonna start with Inari sushi since it's my favorite, obviously. You got to have homemade Inari sushi in Japan? Damn it. I'm jealous. That has to have been incredible. Rick and I used to go to a sushi place and they would eat themselves sick on Inari sushi. They would eat so much of it that, their tummy was upset. Because it's good. This is after I went with my host to this small Aikido practice, so you were super hungry. I get it. Hello, Jet. We're a guinea pig today. Soaked in broth until it's soft and juicy. The pride and joy of Ito. You can like it all you want, but this is a buffet, yeah? You gotta get your money's worth. Here's my winning strategy. Beef, pork, chicken. Beef, pork, chicken. Throw the curry on the ground. Okay, now you try. Beef, pork, chicken. Beef, pork, chicken. Throw the curry out the window. I was reading ahead in my brain, and that's why I started laughing. A little off, but you got the idea. Now first up is beef. Hold up, Tama. Your way of life is all messed up. You need to live life to the fullest. Who cares about the price? Eat what you want to eat. That's the Ito way. Or Edo, probably. You're so small-minded, just like your body. Wow. That's... Wow. Inari won. Talking about your tummy ache. It's hard to find stuff at sushi places you like. It's true. You're the last person I want to hear the word small from. Can I really do that though? Just eat whatever I want without worrying about the bill? You bet your tail you can. Stop getting bogged down by all these rules. We're small enough as it is. If we stay small-minded too, we'll never be able to win against the big dogs. I was not making fun of you. Why would I make fun of you? Some people are particular about what they eat, and that's fine. It's normal. The kid and I are weird. We're the garbage cans you can just throw whatever food you want in. Except pickled ginger. Keep that shit away from me. I don't know why, but I violently dislike pickled ginger. I've tried it multiple times. Hey, what the fuck is my problem? I don't know. I don't know what my problem is. I can eat almost anything else. I get it. I know people, I know tons of people love pickled ginger, and that's great. I'm happy for them. They can have it. I don't want any. I've tried it. It tastes like turpentine to me. It's bad. What about other pickled stuff? Other pickled stuff I love, it's fine. Pickled cucumbers, pickled cabbage, pickled eggs. They're good. They're all great. I love it. Pickled ginger, for some reason, no. It tastes like an astringent. Like I'm drinking witch hazel or something. I don't know why. I don't know why my brain does it. I can't. I cannot. Is that how it works? I don't know. But you might be onto something. Guess I've been holding myself back without even realizing it. In that case, pickled cucumbers. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but those are usually called pickles, right? Yes, but I wanted to be specific since we were talking about the entire range of pickled things. I wanted to be clear what I was talking about. Pickled carrots, great. Olives, they're fine. All of them are pickled, by the way. You can't eat a raw olive. You have to pickle it. Thanks for the advice, Inari. I'm gonna show you my true self here at this buffet. Look at this haul. Now this is what I really wanted to eat. Pig's feet, frog legs. I haven't tried pig's feet, but I would. I've eaten frog legs. They're good. What do you think? Jelly cake, pudding, and fruit. 4 layers of dessert. Oh, what? I'm glad you're letting loose a bit, but only desserts? I can't help it. I grew up poor, so I never got to eat any of this stuff when I was a kid. Aw, poor girl. I guess sometimes it's better to stop counting pennies and just live a little. I'm gonna go tell Agnes Tachyon to stop counting pennies and live a little, I guess? I don't know. What even is the correct... Gonna do some stamina. I've recognized your insatiable pursuit of ever greater speed. Saying that to Tachyon, who's kind of like a graduate researcher, is incredibly ironic and cruel. I know, right? Just for being outside for 20 minutes in the 60 degrees, 60F rain with a short sleeve on. Time to hydrate the Urania. Everybody remember to water your spiders. Oh no, she's sleep deprived. Well, trainer, today's experiment... What was it again? I was up until morning with the preparations. You look sleepy. I couldn't afford to halt my thoughts in the middle of my research, but it's fine. You're the test subject after all. There won't be any problems. Agnes Tachyon is constantly dozing off. It appears she hasn't gotten enough rest. Damn it. Not a new condition. How dare you. It's drizzling today. I decide to stop by the training track only to find... Oh, this one. Okay. They're comparing notes. Because they're both scientists. For reasons. Unfortunately, I have to treat her condition. Fatigue has gotten the better of Agnes Tachyon, so I decide to let her rest in the infirmary. Fatigue sure is a nuisance, isn't it? Get some rest. Yeah, I'll do that. Wake me up at a reasonable hour. Ta-ta for now, trainer. She stopped calling me guinea pig. Where the heck am I? Such a big space, and this air, it's oddly tranquil. Considering these circumstances, perhaps this is a dream. If that's the case, I must be lucid dreaming. Very interesting. In a dream, any possibility becomes a possibility, no? Or any impossibility becomes a possibility, no? For example, speed beyond the limit. I can simulate the experience here. By doing so, I could bring that sensation and knowledge back into the real world. This would prove a magnificent discovery for my research. Okay, I should begin testing out a number of things. Oh, I see. I've woken up. My memory of the sensation is a bit hazy, but how exhilarating. Wonderful. This will surely help with my future research. Trainer, are you here? You've got to hear this. It seems she had a good dream. I don't really understand what she was talking about, but I'm glad to hear she's feeling better. Energy recovered by 20, recover from night owl. Good. Wondering if I could be of any help to her research, I scour the library for Umamusume related books. Hey trainer, what are you doing here? Actually, seeing as we're in a library, I suppose you came with the intent to read, but what is it that's piqued your interest, I wanted to help with your research. This is to help with my research. How diligent of you. However, what I require most from you is a healthy mind and body suitable for testing. If you want to help, then let's start with some basic bodybuilding. Well, that would be... You're in luck. I just happen to have something I've been dying to test. If the experiment is a success, no matter how out of shape you may be, I can transform you to be fit like an athlete. Let us begin. The experiment to obtain your ultimate physique. I can't wait to see the results, trainer. Perhaps pleased by my cooperative attitude, Agnes Tachyon goes about her business in higher spirits than usual. Wits went up. I gotta do recreation because she's in a bad mood. Just took her on a riverside stroll. I find myself at the pool in the middle of the night as per Agnes Tachyon's instructions. I don't think this is going to be a good run. We've had a lot of bad stuff turn up. Tonight's experiment is to examine the movement of muscles when water pressure is doubled. Why at this hour? You wouldn't want us to get caught in the act, would you? My plan is to introduce this special chemical solution into the pool. Come on, we'll be fine as long as we get rid of the evidence by tomorrow. See you, Muni. Have fun. All right, let's get started. Make sure you time it properly. Agnes Tachyon begins swimming with great enthusiasm. From the looks of it, there doesn't seem to be any change in the water. Nothing seems different. I suppose the ratio of chemical solution to water was too low. Oh well. Trainer, I'm leaving the rest to you. We don't want the chemical to cause any problems later on. The pool water will be recycled, but that doesn't take care of what's splashed onto the floors and railing and such. Clean up and destroy the evidence, and be there very thorough with it. I can't finish all this by myself. Good point. There's not enough time. And I'd like to avoid a lecture course for sure. I guess I should help you in that case. I hope you're grateful. Though Agnes Tachyon looks a bit tired, the strength she's gained from the swim proves that this wasn't a complete waste of time. And she didn't get a condition, so that's fine. Alright. I don't feel good about this. Although I guess it looks like she's set up to be a contender here. It's finally the day of Agnes Tachyon's debut race. She's unusually quiet today. Are you nervous, perhaps? Nervous? Me? Not a chance. I was lamenting over the fact that I ran out of black tea in the lab. How unbecoming of me to forget to restock, no? That's got nothing to do with today's race. Oh, I know. You can go out to purchase some for me while I race. Ceylon or Kimoon is my preference. There's no way I'm missing your race. Oh my, would you look at the time? It appears I must get going. If you can't find either of the two I mentioned, Assam tea will also do. Would you be so kind as to deliver it to my lab? Agnes Tachyon saunters out of the waiting room. No! I'm absolutely not going to leave and miss your race. Are you serious? She's absolutely serious. Alright, good. I'm glad she's doing exactly what she needs to do. Holding in second. Are they moving fast enough to take advantage of drafting? 意気揚々と先頭を行きます。4番、どうでしょうこの展開。かかってしまっているかもしれません。息を入れるタイミングがあればいいですが。第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入った。There's a skill for that actually? Okay. Slipstream? Okay. 4番手に6番、1馬審査5番、そして1番、少し後ろから9番、そしてそのうち3番、少し離れて2番。4番、先頭を進みますが、これは正解でしょうか。ちょっとかかり気味かもしれないです。 I don't know what her signature skill is and when she should activate it, so I don't know what to expect or what to look for. There we go. Alright. Hell yeah. It's a recovery skill, I believe? Okay. She made her move at exactly the right time. There she goes. Perfect. Oh, she's in first place, she's looking down on you? Alright. That doesn't have any effect on me at all. No effect at all. Moving on. We gotta watch her do her concert, because she won. It really does. It feels good letting her make me watch this game or like this game. Let's be fair, I also fell in love with Gold Chip. But Agnes is... Agnes is special. I'll think about it. A magnet for me and everything anytime you want. I want. What kind of magnet? What are you talking about? To download the movie? Oh, I see. I can just imagine what it would have to take to try and convince her to participate in that concert. That racer's name, I think it was Agnes Tachyon, right? She was amazing. Yeah, she's already so talented, and she still has room for growth. Agnes Tachyon's dazzling performance enraptures all those present at the race. Whew. And that's how you do it. Great job out there, Tachyon. Why, if it isn't Trainer? As always, you have that pure, innocent look befitting of a model guinea pig. Did you get the tea leaves I wanted? Oh, right. Now isn't the time for this. I must speak to you about something else. With the debut race out of the way, instead of catching a breather, I must inform you of something important. You know what I'm getting at, right? Something important? And right after the debut race, if I might hazard a guess, could it be about the next race? My experimentation has reached a standstill, you see. I must return to the lab at once. With that said, I will take my leave. And with that said, she does indeed take her leave. I should have known. She promptly leaves without even a comment about the debut race or a remark about her future prospects. However, it remains true that she has garnered much attention as a noteworthy runner. Excellent. Now what? Place top 5 in Yayoi Show. 16 turns, that's pretty good. Report uncertain promises. Even after her debut race, Agnes Tachyon continues to prioritize her research over racing. My experimentation has reached a standstill, you see. I must return to the lab at once. With that said, I will take my leave. However, judging by the level of competency she showed on the track, there's no doubting her rare talent. She has what it takes to reach the top. It hasn't been that long since her debut, but I believe setting the classic Triple Crown as a goal won't be a problem. We'll enter the Satsuki Show in April, the Japanese Derby in May, and the Kika Show in October. Before the end of the day, I've already laid out her race agenda for the next 3 years. The next day, as I go looking for Agnes Tachyon with the completed agenda in hand, for the last time, I will not participate in your experiments. Now, don't say that. Aren't we friends? Since when did we become friends? What do you mean? As two fellow outcasts, there's an intrinsic understanding between us. Well, not really, but I thought we might at least have a mutual understanding. In the empty classroom is Manhattan Cafe. She's an unusual Umamusume, said to have enrolled in the academy in order to follow after her invisible friend. Sliding up to her like a snake is Agnes Tachyon. Tachyon. Oh, if it isn't Trainer. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of something right now. No, you're okay. I was just about to leave. Ah, she got away. I was so close to. Well, it's nothing to cry about. Tell me, what is the matter, Trainer? I have something important to tell you. Something important, you say? I'm willing to listen, but keep it short. Wait, I take that back. Tell me all the details. But before that, are you okay? You're so out of breath. This is urgent. Quick, have some water and regain your composure. Oh, she can do caring and comforting too, huh? Okay. Sure. This is fine. I can be completely normal about this. Her sudden burst of frantic energy raises suspicion, but I still take a gulp from the water bottle she hands me. What have you done to me? I then start to explain the race agenda in detail. Setting our eyes on the Satsuki Show, the Japanese Derby, and the Kikka Show. That means our first goal is the Yayoi Show. I see. And to go for the classic Triple Crown, a rather bold proposition. While she did listen intently, I can't shake the feeling that her response lacks enthusiasm. It is what's happening, I promise. I'm not... It's not... Listen. Hey. Shush. I know you're capable of doing it. You're free to selfishly pin your hopes on me. I wouldn't deny you that. The agenda matches the future you've envisioned for certain. Which means... I don't mind the goals you've set. However, I cannot promise that I will participate in every single race. In the end, I will be the one to make that decision. My utmost priority is my research, after all. I can't be spending time on secondary concerns. But, by the way, how are you feeling right now? You may not know it, but your hair has turned a watery blue. What? My attention now fixated on my new aqua blue hairdo, I forgot about the agenda for the rest of the day. Later on, her eccentricity comes into play again. She slipped something in my water. She gave me drugs in my water. Okay. Alright. Listen. It still counts. It's fine. That's better for some reason. I don't know why. Later on, her eccentricity comes into play again. That person over there has been loitering around since morning. What do you think they're doing? I don't know. Maybe they're someone's trainer? They're here today too. What the heck? Talk about creepy. Once again, Agnes Tachyon doesn't show up to training. Another no-show. I was expecting great things when I scouted her, but now this doesn't bode well for us. To begin with, she didn't exactly show an abundance of enthusiasm for the Twinkle series. Does she run her debut only to gather data for her research on speed? The sun will start setting soon. The stares of the other Umamusume are bringing me down too. I let out a sigh and turn to leave. Hey, wait, guinea pig. Don't give in. I'm coming to run today. Tachyon, where have you been? I finally finished my latest sample. I want to try it immediately. You have a timer, don't you? Get it ready for me. In that exact moment, she takes off. By instinct, I start my stopwatch. Fear not, I can go faster. Faster! She single-mindedly dashes across the dirt, but in that frantic sprint, I spy something for an instant. I can see the same runner I scouted back then. The latent potential within an Umamusume's legs, the limits of this body's speed. Oh wait, that was supposed to be her saying it. The latent potential within an Umamusume's legs, the limits of this body's speed. I've yet to see even a glimpse of either, for I know that they lie beyond the horizon. Okay. I watch with bated breath as she sprints under the evening sky. She's made a record time for each section. These times are amazing. I look toward her direction, and see that she's copiously spraying her legs with some substance. Not bad, if I must say. In fact, it's of excellent quality. Developing an aerosol was so worth the while. The prototype is now complete. This is an auspicious sign of things to come. What was that? Don't tell me you don't know what a cold spray is. Aren't you supposed to be a trainer? What's the reason for the cold spray? The same reason one ingests protein and calcium if one wishes to become taller. That aside, I made this in preparation for next year, so show some excitement. For next year? What do you mean? I'm talking about our plans for the classics. I guess I was completely wrong about her being uninterested. Tachyon. Although, in reality, who knows how things will turn out. Tachyon. Still, I haven't refused any of your propositions. I just can't make any promises. In the days that follow, I become subject to her whim, with her sometimes showing up to training and sometimes not. Even so, it seems I've managed to establish the classics as our shared goal. She got me, that's for sure. She could do kind of carry too. Sure, yeah. It's not a trick. Why would she do that? I'm too gullible. Too easily taken advantage of. Alright, we got her. Not this again. Wait, is this... One day as I'm rifling through documents in my office. Excuse me, I'm here to discuss your upcoming... Oh, I'm sorry. I see you're in the middle of something. I explained that I'm looking for Umamusume related materials that might be helpful for Agnes Tachyon. It appears that you're having some difficulties finding what you need. Yeah, I'm not having much luck. I see. Well, seeing as how we still have time before our appointment, perhaps I could help. Here we are. I hope this will be enough. She hands me a large bundle of documents. I picked out some old articles I had lying around the office. You got this much info just lying around? The Umamusume in question were active quite a long time ago, but the material here should be helpful. And this one too. She mostly participated in local races, so you might not know her, but her articles should still prove useful. You sure know a lot about Umamusume. But of course, I have to keep tabs on all the Umamusume I can, past and present, domestic and overseas. As a reporter, my job is to help every Umamusume with potential get her moment to shine in the spotlight. It's not enough to just chase after the popular races. Sounds like I could learn a lot from you. What? You learn from me? My goodness, that attitude. It's simply amazing. Those who can control the information control the race. Gathering intelligence is half the battle. So you must be doing more than just looking through old materials. To think you'd be willing to travel the world and see all the Umamusume there are to see. Oh, such devotion. I don't remember saying that, but the documents she gave me are very useful. I plan out a training program for Agnes Tachyon based on their information, and she demonstrates impressive growth. This woman is intense. Let's see. Let's go with speed. Fuck yes. Let's go ahead and skip this one, because we did this one too. I still can't get over how I was like, oh, Agnes Tachyon is concerned about me, and she's giving me a drink of water to show that she cares. And then it was basically poison. And it's like, what else should I have expected there? Like, for real. I'm walking down the hallway when suddenly Agnes Tachyon calls out to me. Trainer, take a look at that. Can you see? At the end of the hallway, near the landing. I squint my eyes to see a bit better. Oh no. Agnes Digital. All my adorable Umas bustling up and down the stairway. Are those wings? Is that an angel? A real angel? It is an angel. Do you see now? That's Agnes Digital? Yes, we're roommates, and she's quite the intriguing person to say the least. For instance, she apparently enjoys observing other Umamusume. She notices even the slightest anomalies that I am likely to overlook. She'll mention things like, her step is shorter than yesterday, or her footsteps sound different than usual. Can you believe her observational skills? She's remarkable. She must really love Umamusume. Trainer, you must convince her to work together with me. Whenever an Umamusume approaches her to talk, she tends to grow tense. But if you're there, it might ease that tension. Please, you must help me. They just held hands. And the way they keep looking away and being all shy. Epic. She's a fangirl for her own species. Also, she's excited about apparent Yuri, and that's correct. Look at the way their hands intertwined. They totally touched fingertips, didn't they? Oh my gosh, is this heaven? Wowee. Super maximum excitement overload. I can't even. She's a Hime Joshi, yes. She's incredible. Is that the word for a Yuri fangirl? Okay, well, me too. Huh? Tachyon's trainer. And Tachyon too, in the flesh. Ah, you're as beautiful as you were this morning. Do you have a moment? You see, I was hoping. It's amazing enough just sharing a room together, but now you're here approaching me outside? Ah, I'm so happy. I might be having a heart attack. Wait a second. I need some time to prepare. Wait, hold on. I haven't said what I... Oh, wait. Let's see. Oh, looks like she's dropped her treasured Umamusume scrapbook. After her. Intriguing. So you like a challenge, do you, Digital? I will learn about those extraordinarily observant eyes of yours. And there she goes. Agnes Tachyon and I chase around the overexcited Agnes Digital. I won't let you escape, Digital! Ah, your rising tone and the way your ears twitched when you said escape. This is love. I'm in love. Oh god. I thought they were supposed to be sisters, which is fine, but weird for a mainstream game. We chase her for over an hour. Eventually we lose sight of her. Even though she was unable to make her request, Agnes Tachyon seems to have learned something from all the chasing. Well good, I'm glad her energy went down. It would suck for her to have energy. No, she's sleep deprived. You lied to me. How dare you? Let's go do recreation. Because I want her to have a good mood. While heading back to the academy after an outing with Agnes Tachyon. Oh, that's... Yukino Bijin. Well, 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 Yukino. You seem to be really pushing it, eh? Oh, Tachyon, yeah. Truth is, right now I'm trying to get a smaller waist. Your waist? Well, I want to change my appearance to look more like a city girl. Thought if I wanted to tone up my body, running would be the best way. I'm sure there's other ways too, but I just don't know how. In that case, maybe I can give you a hand. I've just the right prototype for you. Well, golly, you mean it? Zounds, thanks a million, Tachyon. The next day, early in the morning, when no one is around, Agnes Tachyon calls me to the back of the school. I call it body modification as you wish. It's a prototype, but I hope you treat it with care. Oh, I don't really get it, but it seems super high-tech. The strange chair, likely to be confiscated immediately if found, sits in the shade. Isn't it found, though? I'm a trainer. I work for the school. Shouldn't this count? I guess I just belong to Tachyon, though. And I'm her henchman now. That's fine. Are you sure this is okay? That's what we're about to find out. I'm counting on you, Yukino. You sure it's okay I'm the first to try it? Gee willikers, guess I'll do my best. Do I just sit in it like this? What's gonna happen next? That's for you to find out once you've sat down. Now let's start this tighten up that waist. Okay. No matter how you look at it, this won't end well. I can't stand by and say nothing. Henchman, remember what we found out? Yeah, I do. And that makes extra sense because I've been reading the old Prydain novels. You know, Black Cauldron and all that stuff. And the author, Lloyd Alexander, uses henchman in its traditional meaning in that book series. Let me sit down in it first. Huh? Trainer? Huh? The moment I sit in the chair, I feel an intense surge of electricity running through my body. Oh, yes, yes, yes. The electrical current runs through your body, breaking down fat on contact. This design will prove revolutionary and... Trainer, there's something funny with your hair. Jeepers, it's all standing on end. Oh, your body is also emitting electricity. So much that we can't get any closer. How absolutely fascinating. I see. So this is the result. Agnes Tachyon smiles happily, although the experiment appears to be a failure. I've suffered no injuries, but I'm affected by a constant buildup of static electricity for some time after. I sat in Agnes Tachyon's bimbofication chair, new doujin concept. You know, that time I was reincarnated as the guinea pig henchman of a mad scientist, Umamusume. Yukino Bijin decides to go on a steady diet, while Agnes Tachyon has become all the more eager to improve her new creation. Stamina went up. Good. I'm glad that she got a benefit from that. We're gonna do wits. And then... speed. No, we're gonna do power. We'll do guts because we can get stuff for that. I'd sit in the chair. I mean, I chose to, so... Seeking the Pearl. I'll never get over that being her name. Alright, I'm glad she's all refreshed. I'm gonna try to disagree with Goldship here. Yeah, I should know what my own flavors are. What makes me unique is how I pack the heat. I've got passion, spunk, and vitality. The recipe I'm using doesn't show off those flavors. What's the point? Alright, I need to come up with a performance that's really all about me. Hey, I like that spark in your eyes. You better come back as the king of the deep seas one of these days. What a weird response. Alright. I want to do power. Because I want to increase the level of the training facility. I should do speed to catch up with it. One day, while I'm gathering reference materials for races in the school library, Tokai Teo shows up. Oh wait! I want to read that magazine too. I'm pretty sure it's got an article about that race where Prez stayed in the lead the whole time. Man, I wish I could run like Prez. I feel like I don't get going until the final corner, but you can never have too many tricks up your sleeve, right? Think you have plenty of trick weapons up your sleeve already? Really? Well, it is me we're talking about. I gotta say, you have a good eye. Alright, I'm gonna polish up the weapons I've currently got. Later! I will not go back to Agnes Tachyon and be like, what you need are some weapons. Because she would just get some actual weapons. I love that. The way that, like, characters, like this position, the stance. It's so good. It's New Year's, as per usual. Compared with other Umamusume, Agnes Tachyon's enthusiasm towards racing is on the low end. All the same, we set our goal for this year as winning the classic Triple Crown. I know her lack of enthusiasm isn't due to a lack of motivation. After all, if her goal is to reach even faster speed, she'll have to enter some races to do that. I'm sure entering races will help her improve even more. I grab a brush and some ink to try my hand at some motivational calligraphy. Happy New Year, trainer. It's just like you to insist we have a meeting this early into the new year. Though she notices the calligraphy I'm working on. What do we have here? The classic Triple Crown? It's our goal for this year. Ah, right. I do remember you telling me that. The prospects look positive. Though as I've been saying, I cannot guarantee that I will actually enter any races. I really want to respect her position, but at the same time, if she's going to race, now would be the time for us to start getting the ball rolling. I have to convince her. You're saying it would be a waste to not utilize the classics, correct? If so, you make a valid point. Competing with powerhouse Umamusume could be the key to a new breakthrough in my research. Although, like I have said in the past, or actually just now, but races are also the perfect place for data collection. Aren't you a persistent one? So you wish for me to race this badly? Smiling, she brings her hand to her chin and goes into deep thought. Well, you might have a point. Okay, I will make arrangements for the Satsuki show then. You will? It's a heartfelt wish from my dear Guinea trainer. It would pain me to turn you down time and time again. Besides, the chance to collect data is an attractive proposition. While we're at it, should we try to think of strategies for the Yayoi show as well as the Satsuki show? She's actually expressing interest in something besides research. Wipe that shocked look from your face. I'm not the one-dimensional character you presume me to be. Even a lab rat gets treats, if you know what I mean. Anyway, what are we going to do now? Let's see. Let's think about our strategy for the races. Then we shall commence our strategy meeting. First, let us determine the possible contenders for the Yayoi show this year. Once we've learned their strengths, weaknesses, and personalities, we can input that data into the simulation and run scrimmages in VR. But then there's motor imagery, which statistically speaking is proven to contribute to success in various matters. We may not even need to run simulations. A 50-meter dash or even a hurdle race would be good, but wait. What if we compiled all of the girls' data into a chimera-like entity? A chimera. If we can configure the settings to randomly assemble different parts of their body, can you imagine what kinds of composites we'd give birth to? We could mix their internal organs as well. Oh, how exhilarating. Let's hurry to the lab. I'm appointing you as my assistant for the day. I spend the rest of the day monitoring her research and keeping her from breaking any scientific code of ethics. Really? You managed to do that? That would be impressive. Let's see. I need to race. Let's see. Let's do center stage. Because I need fans. Let's see. We should do the Kai Say Hi. We gotta get the fans, or else we can't continue.
ここは負けられない一番人気14番アグネス・タキ
So hopefully I'll win this race, and then I'll get to rest. And train the next 2 days. Or train and then rest and then train. We'll see.
スタート。各馬娘揃って綺麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いは15番、6番、13番。期待
Come on,
の
Agnes.
結果を出せるか。1番人気アグネス・タキヨン。先頭をかけます。6番、15番。並びかけてきた15番と6番。2人とも花は譲りません。
ハイペースで流れる展開もありえますね。
第1コーナー回って
I still haven't actually looked at her skill, which is
15番続いて6番早くも激しい競り合い少し離れて8番外には10番
honestly silly of me.
13番さらにその外からはアグネス・タキヨ1馬身離れて12番
I don't like how far back she
18番
is.
さらには17番1馬身差エイシングフラッシュ外目をついてシンボリ・ルドルフ4番並んできたさらに
I need her to pull up.
少し後ろから16番11番並んでくる2番追走後方2番手に7番第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入った8番快調に飛ばして行きます
Come on, Master, hurry up.
依然として8番続きました6番
Because I'm the guinea pig.
から15
I'm
番
her henchman.
ここにいた差がなく10番後ろ12番13番続いている外を回ります18番内から内から
Oh, good. Introduction to physiology.
その後ろ菱山城
Yeah, it restores her stamina.
その後ろに4番外で11番内2番その外並んでジンボリ・ルドルフそして外目をつきましては16番3番内から行く
Good, she's in first now.
で直線へ向かう
内から来るか外から来るか最後の局面です。
さあいよいよ直線だどのタイミングで誰が仕掛けるのか中山の直線は短いぞ後ろの子たちは間に合うかアグネス・タキヨン早い早い
Okay, good. I think she's gonna win.
アグネス・タキヨン先頭はアグネス・タキヨンこれは強い200を通過アグネス・タキヨンリングは4馬身アグネス・タキヨン足色は衰えない後ろにつく
Hell yeah.
アグネス・タキヨンゴールイン圧巻の
Perfect.
検証完了だ
Super good. New trophy. There's a concert for this? Oh, okay. It's still the Make Debut concert.
なあなあ
Hey, hey, I'm feeling pretty good. While all the results are yet to be revealed, I consider this a significant step forward.
トレーナー
I mustn't forget to express my thanks to you either, trainer. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for your diligent work as my test subject day in and day out. This is another step forward for your research. Yes, absolutely. Our research has only just begun.
トレーナー
and we cannot afford to slack off. You seem to understand this well, trainer.
いいだろう。
Let's continue at this pace to expand our potential and surpass the limits of Umamusume kind. Wow, energy only went down a little bit. That's really cool. Guts and skill points went up by a lot.
積み重ねや
Alright.
繰り返しが大切なのはトレーニング
Ba
も研
ba
究も
ba
同じことだ。
ba. Let's see. Let's do another speed.
始めよう。
The pressure of justice. Daiwa Scarlet. There's no way I can accept that. Is it that you're incredibly sensitive, or is it that you have an exceptionally strong sense of justice? Is something wrong?
あ
Oh, trainer. No, it's nothing really. Just a moment ago, there was some Umamusume talking about me. They were saying they were being so cruel. They called Tachyon a dangerous person who's always making strange drugs. I mean, that's terrible. Why would they say that?
あ。ね。
You're her trainer, so you won't let that slide, right? I'm certainly not a fan of bad-mouthing people behind their back.
ですよね。
Right? We need to call attention to... Stop it. This is a waste of time. More importantly, I don't care. This matter is completely unrelated to my research. Gaining the approval of others isn't my priority.
嫌よ。
How can you say that? They're all getting the wrong idea about you. It's so sad. Now, no need to get all worked up over it. How about some tea to calm you down? Come, follow me. I should have warned her, but I didn't. Alright. Thanks for the tea. It made my tongue tingle a bit and had a mysterious flavor, but it was delicious. I see. That's good to hear. But I still can't accept what happened earlier. Saying bad things about someone who's earnestly pursuing their dreams, it's just not right. You're really serious about this. What do you think, trainer? Let's see. Not even her own daughter is safe? Is Daiwa Scarlet her daughter? That's cute. Show them what makes you amazing. That's a bold thing to say. Are you suggesting I showcase the results of my research? That's it. Do you have any recent successful experiments to show off? The one on turns, perhaps. Turns?
あ
Yes. I have these glasses that lead you on a less strenuous path when navigating a turn on a track. Wow, that sounds amazing. They might not be allowed in an actual race, but you could use them during training to better adapt to the track.
いや。
Well, perhaps, but there's still room for improvement.
行きましょ
Let's do it. Why waste any time? We should show them right now. Right? Okay. You really don't let up. Pressed by Daiwa Scarlet, Agnes Tachyon works through the night to complete the glasses, and with their use, she successfully masters the art of running through turns. Gained 1 hit level for Corner Adept.
う。さてさて、何をしようか。
That's good!
マイクロフィラメントのねじれを3回転にしてみるかい？
I have so many skill points, but I'll spend them all in a minute. Hmm.
面白そうだ。
Let's do guts. Good. Improve the guts facilities. Kida-san Black wanting to... The first in the Kida-san Black Satono Diamond thing. I'm glad her mood went up.
こんな状態では。ちょっと付き合えよ。
Hell yeah.
見事。
Which training level up? Fan letters, blah blah blah. Glad her speed went up there. Alright, skills. Let's see. I have 259. Slightly increased velocity on a corner. That's not bad. Slightly decrease during the back. Hi, real Tam Obro. I'm impressed that they taught a horse how to play or how to access Twitch. Has 2 levels? That's not bad. Unyielding. Increased ability to fight back when passed by another runner on the final corner. I think I want 2 levels of the straight pace chaser straightaways. And we'll see if I did a bad job. Alright. Time for the Yayoi show. Here we are at the G2 race, the Yayoi show. The lineup of racers looks quite impressive. Although I do feel like something is lacking on the data collection front. Hearing Agnes Tachyon's words, I can't help but worry a little. You're taking this seriously, right? Why, of course. The results of this race will have an impact on the Satsuki show. It would be suboptimal to limit my possibilities after all. Even if it isn't G1 level, I can't exactly waltz in on this race, can I? Alright. Let's see how she does. She just has to finish in the top 5, but I want her to win. For all the reasons. Here we go.
これは位置取りが熾烈になりそうですね。
先行争いはセイウンスカイ9番6番期待通りの結果を出せるか。1番人気アグネスタキオンセイウンスカイ快調に飛ばしています。
Good.
さあ花に立ったのはセイウンスカイ。このままリードすることができるか。2番手の位置で先頭を伺うのはスペシャルウィーク。1コーナーからそして2コーナーへ向かっていきます。
She's holding it. She's holding her own. Oh no, she dropped back. Well, she's in the front pack, so that's fine.
9番アグネスタキオンこの位置につけています。7番追走さらに内6番少し後ろから10番さらにその外からは14番その後34馬身開いてメジロライアンそれを見るように成田大臣内をついてマンハッタンカフェ外から8番少し離れて4番そして外目をつきましては17番2コーナー回って向こう正面各馬娘1段となって団子状態の大混戦
お互いに牽制し合っているようですね。
先頭は相変わらずセイウンスカイ続きました。
Good.
スペシャルウィークすぐに続いて3番9番4番手7番続いているその外並んで14番アグネスタキオンここにいます。さて始めよう。
Even better.
メジロライアン並んできた。そしてその内から行ったのは6番外を回ります。
Come on, babe.
そしてその内10番そしてその内を回って8番そしてその外を回って成田大臣1馬身離れて4番第4コーナー
Why are you struggling?
ウマ娘たちがどう動くか目が離せません。
先頭は見合ったままこれは直線勝負になるか。最終コーナー最初に立ち上がったのは
It's wild that she can go in the number 1 favorite and then still
メジロライアン一気に上がってくるメジロライアン
lose so badly.
残り200メジロライアン足色は衰えないメジロライアンリードは1馬身食い下がるバウハッタン
Alright, I guess she's gonna be in the top 5. Barely.
今ゴールイン
Wow.
よいしょ制しましたメジロライアン
Only met her goal, I guess.
興味深い結果だ。
Like I said, barely. That's good. Quartz, I'm glad you're home. Whew. Tachyon, you did great out there. Ah, trainer. I did fine, I think. Either way, next up is the Satsuki show. We should tailor my preparations appropriately. Right, let's train even harder. Training. Ah, but of course you would. Don't worry about it. Just talking to myself. Anyhow, time is money. Back to the lab. Back to the lab. I wish I knew why she didn't do as well as she should have. When I'm called to... Oh, I see this. We're gonna go to the mall. We're gonna talk to Odonoshi. And she's gonna make us do a little mini concert. Here she is, reporter Odonoshi. Odonashi. There we go. I'm struggling here. I guess we're doing the Legend of Umamusume dance. Which is fine, I guess. One turn to reach goal? Wow. Alright. I don't feel good about this. Alright, good. She's gonna get inspiration. This might save me. Got stamina and closer spark. Stamina, triumphant pulse. Stamina. A bunch of stamina and power. Okay, that's good. A lot of stamina. Stamina went up by 77. Ooh. Yeah, I got real far and then I lost with Golshi and I swapped over to Agnes Tachyon. And now I'm a guinea pig, and you know what? I couldn't be happier. The very first thing that Agnes Tachyon does is abduct you. And you, like, from your house, apparently. And also, she just, like, walks into your house sometimes. It's incredible. Ha ha ha. Ah ha ha ha. Did someone interfere with my central nervous system? What an interesting vision. Power. My body's overflowing with power. Alright, I might actually have a chance now. Horse abduction indeed. This horse just broke into my house, kidnapped me, put a VR thing on my head, and then turned me into her guinea pig. I do a double take at Agnes Tachyon's uncharacteristic concentration. Normal horse behavior? Exactly. All the best horses do that. Rare to see you so serious about this. Yes. Today I am conducting a so-called verification test. The results of this test will form the groundwork for future experiments. Thus, it is imperative that my preparation be impeccable. Wait, what do you mean rare? I'm always serious when the occasion requires so. Whether that's true or not, it's certain that Agnes Tachyon normally doesn't behave like this before a race. She just... She just thinks that she needs to be serious about different things. I wish I had King Halo. That'll be the next one I want to get. If I can.
出走だ。
Alright,
最も速い馬娘
here we go.
スタートです。
No, not a late
綺
start.
麗なスタートを切りました。
これは位置取りが熾烈にな
Agnes, why?
先行争いはアイネス・フージ、日本のブルボ、東海帝王、期待通りの結果を
Come on,
出せる
get
か
back up to the front.
アグネス・タキヨン、アイネス・フージ、会長に飛ばして行きます。アイネス・フージ、先頭に
Good.
立ちました。2番手
Get that velocity up from the straightaway.
日本のブルボ、1コーナーから、そして2コーナーへ向かって行きます。花を奪っていったのはアイネス・フージ。さあ、日本の
Who's that in the pink?
ここで先頭です。日本のブルボ、
That's Ines.
2人で
Okay.
競り合いは続いている。
That's Ines Fujin.
ありえますね。
Mihono Bourbon and Ines Fujin are the two in the front.
その後ろから東海帝王アグネス・タキヨン、
Tokai Teo, okay.
内から行く14番、そして
I saw the
さらに17番
visor,
内並んで
and that's how I knew.
9番並んでくる。そして外目をつきましてはジンボリ・ルドルフ、第2コーナーを抜け向こう上面に入った。順位を振り返っていきます。現在1番手はアイネス・フージ。
So far we're jockeying for fourth.
さらには東海帝王1馬審査アグネス・タキヨン、差がなく14番、後ろ3番、少し離れて17番、1馬身離れて9番、外で2番、それを見るように
It's apparently possible,
さて始め
hell yeah, to win the make debut by 7 lengths, according to one of the challenges on the list, and that's a lot. It's basically just like your first race has to be an incredible blowout.
最後の局面です。
Yes! That's what I need from you, Agnes Tachyon. Come on. Oh, it's so close. It's so close. It's so close. Oh, yes. There we go. That's my girl. That's my girl. All right. That's my master right there.
これが研究の成果さ。
Fantastic. Hell yeah. Agnes Tachyon displays a stellar run at the Satsuki Show G1 race. Yes, these findings aren't bad at all. Many points are in line with the results of the trial experimentation, and my preparations have gone along swimmingly. My hard work has paid off. However, having experienced these results firsthand, I now see even further latent potential with the... Tachyon?
いや、
Oh, it's you, trainer. I was just talking to myself. More importantly, I ran in both the Yayoi Show and Satsuki Show races, true to my word. Which leaves me with just one more of the classics, the Japanese Derby. Ha! You would beat me to it. That is the next logical step, still.
よし。
For this next occasion, I hope you'll allow me to take the helm. The odds for Plan A aren't looking too favorable. Plan A?
あ
Ah, that's for me to know. You need not worry about it. The point is, I cannot promise that I'll run in the race. I hope I'm making myself clear. For some reason, her assertion comes off more forceful than usual. I understand.
あ、行くとしよう。
Good. Well, time is of the essence. With all the data I've just gathered from my competitors, I must make haste in resuming my experiments. It is the time to put Plan B into action. Some kind of new experiment? She walks off alone, leaving me to wonder what her real intentions might be. For now, what I do know is that she's serious about running in the Japanese Derby. But in the end, it'll all be up to her. Hell yeah. What is murmur? Murmur, murmur, murmur. How many turns? 2 turns. Alright, well I'm going to take a short break, and when I get back, we will spend our 2 turns, and then see how we're doing. Until then, I love you, I miss you, sit tight. And we are back, hatchlings, and it's decided... Oh wait, the game is just not making noise right now. Never mind. Whatever. I thought that OBS had decided not to carry over the sound of the game. But it's not making sound, so that's fine. Not that it's game time right now anyway. Now it is book time. Are we ready? Today's book is not a romance. It has romance in it. A little bit, kind of. As a side plot. But it's really good. And I think you'll like it anyway. It is called How to Become the Dark Lord and Die Trying by Django Wexler. This book is very funny. I liked it a lot. I enjoyed it quite a bit. It's a far less serious book compared to what I've been reading and what I've been talking to you guys about. The premise is that we're following a woman named Davy. Davy Morgan, I think. Something like that. So, you know. And she's been ripped from, she thinks, America into a fantasy world where she's allegedly prophesied to save this place that's called the Kingdom because it's the only one. And we join her, thank you, Quartz, in media res as she is captive in her own dungeon, prisoner to the current Dark Lord and their minions, tortured for reasons, and she's lamenting that she has spent, she thinks, 270 something time loops trying to fulfill her alleged destiny by joining with the Kingdom, learning to do their magic, learning to fight wars, leading their armies, and fighting back against the Dark Lords. And every single time it ends this way or similarly, where she's killed somehow by the Dark Lord or their minions. So, going through all that, reminiscing on how terrible her centuries of life are. That's why she doesn't remember exactly where she's from, by the way. She spent hundreds of years basically reliving the same roughly 3 years, depending on events, like anywhere from several months to 3 years, in this world trying to get it right. And she's done everything from fuck off and run off into the countryside and try to do her own thing until the armies of the Dark Lord roll over the kingdom and destroy it, to rising up and trying to take over the kingdom herself and lead everyone to try to fight back against the Dark Lord, to trying to do the more traditional thing where she signs up to be a leader of the forces and is trained up, so on and so forth. Every single time. Yeah, I know, right? Like, every single time she ends up dead and wakes up in the same pool on the same mountain with the same wizard running up to give the same speech. And it's happened hundreds of times, so she knows it all by heart. And we join her as something breaks in her. She's done. She's finished trying to join the humans in the kingdom and fight the Dark Lord. She's like, fuck it. None of this matters anyway. I changed my mind. I can't beat the Dark Lord. I've tried hundreds of times. I'm better than any other human has ever been when it comes to warfare or archery or magic because I've done it for centuries, actively practicing, and I still can't win. So I give up. I'm going to go try to be the Dark Lord instead. And we join her as she goes off and she begins her journey to try to get to what is known as the Convocation to become the Dark Lord. And it's very funny because she doesn't make a lot of effort to try to tailor her idioms and the way she talks for the people in this world anymore. She very clearly, she just like relaxes and she'll just say random anachronistic shit, and people will be like, what are you talking about? And she's just like, don't worry about it, it's from where I'm from. So anyway, it's very good and very funny, and it's honestly kind of relatable how sick of shit and just like tired she is. So, how to become the Dark Lord and die trying. I 100% suggest reading this book. It's got to have an audiobook around, right? How to become a Dark Lord audiobook? I see something on YouTube. Yeah, there's an audiobook for it as well. The sequel is brand new, and it's called Everyone Wants to Rule the World Except Me. So, narrated by Jeanette Illich. I don't know how good she is at reading them, though. But there is an wow, okay. There is an audiobook if you prefer that option, and I know some of you might. All right. Sounds like some anime you've watched. It's very much an isekai, right? Like, I bet you would. It reminds me a lot of what is it? That time I got reincarnated as a slime. It's got a similar feel to it. So if you enjoy That Time I Got Reincarnated as a Slime, or Slime Time as we refer to it on this stream. I was going to say podcast, but this isn't a podcast on this Twitch channel. Then I think you'd really like How to Become a Dark Lord and Die Trying. It's very funny, like, she does the thing, right, where she comes up with a badass Dark Lord name for herself, and she's like, yes, introduce me as Davy Morgan Skulltaker. And then immediately, like, two formal events or whatever, formal introductions later, she's like, I hate this. Stop it. Just call me Davy. This is shitty. I don't like being called Skulltaker. It's so edgy and dumb. But it's very funny that she tries. All right, are we ready to see if I can do this in 2 turns? Ugh, a connection error. Why? Why? What happened? Why? No. All right. Let's go ahead and take all these, I guess. Hell yeah. Okay. I don't know what. Oh, extra toughness points, which I guess let me do stuff. Let's go and get more carrots. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and scout a couple times. Because I want to get the I want to get Air Shakur. I want to get King. If they're options. Machikane Fukukitaru, already had her. Another Agnes Tachyon, already had her. Anna Topkan, had her. Another Machi. Another one of those. Oh, I already have King Halo. Never mind, I'm good. Major Orion. Super creepy. Did I get no? Oh wait! It's Hot Girl Summer, now let's heat things up. Major Orion is nice. I got the other featured one. Marazinski. Hell yeah. Perfect. Okay, I'm satisfied. I found out that I already had King Halo, which I definitely wanted. And oh, a new support card. A Marazinski support card. Was that what that was? Yaino Muteki. Okay. Ogre Cap. Major Emma Queen. Ikuno Dictus. She strikes me as being a fun one to play with too. Sweep Tosho. I like Sweep Tosho. Just as a character. Machikane Fukukitaru Fate's Forecast. Alright. Cool. Ba-da-ba. Lots of Machikane Fukukitaru. A bunch. Alright. Action. You almost got it right. It's Fukukitaru, not Hitaru. What does she take? Mile racing shoes. Oh, I see. That's fine, it's no big deal. 60. I wish there was a more efficient way to do this. Filter. Okay, so star unlocks do bump their stats a little bit. Well, now I want to go to the shop and buy a bunch of trade in my goddess statues for Agnes Tachyon statues or pieces. Do they have them? They do. Probably shouldn't do that though. Anyway, let's continue our career. We have 2 turns to deal with this. From here on, we'll have our sights set on the Japanese Derby. After the Satsuki show, she told me that she couldn't promise she would enter, but now... Phew. Oddly enough, she's been showing up to every training session and giving it her all. What's gotten into you? Hmm? What do you mean? Oh, you're referring to my perfect attendance rate as of recently? Isn't that a given? I want to run faster in races. Spoken like a true Umamusume. Well, I am one, aren't I? What about your no guarantees for the Japanese Derby? Not making a promise is not the same as saying no. One must be prepared for any and all occasions. Don't you agree? As always, I find myself unable to decipher her true intentions. But in any case, I can consider her proactive attitude towards training a good thing. We're about to finish training when I see Agnes Tachyon staring off into the distance. My, it appears that she's still around.
なあなあ
Cafe, what business do you have? Huh? I've noticed your passionate stare for some time now. You're waiting to confess your love. Why don't we relocate to the back of the school or perhaps the rooftop?
いえ
That's not why. Interesting. They just flat out are like, yeah, there's Yuri in this. I just thought you were running a little different than usual. Hmm? Agnes Tachyon's eyes flicker back and forth at Manhattan Cafe's words, but her hesitation soon turns into a mischievous smile. So you've been studying me with quite some intent. You're making me blush.
いえ
Don't misunderstand. I was just...
いいね
It's okay. There's no need to be embarrassed. I know exactly how you feel. Let me guess. You wanted to assist in my research, didn't you? I just thought studying you might help me catch up to my friend. That's why I've been watching. That's the only reason.
へえ
Is that so?
では
But on second thought, I think this doesn't really concern me. Goodbye. Manhattan Cafe turns to leave, but Agnes Tachyon stops her.
Yeah?
Your assertion is not exactly true. I am betting a part of my future on you. Huh?
あ
To be honest, I have high hopes for you both. You and your invisible friend. In the beginning, I thought we were fellow outcasts. I was wrong. How should I put it? You seem to possess all of what I do not. I even think to myself how interesting it might be to mimic your lifestyle. Please, I don't want to be a part of this.
さて
Well then, I should be on my way too. Wait a sec. I stop her as she's about to leave. There's something I need to clarify. There's a whole slew of things, but first things first. What did she mean by you running differently from the rest? Agnes Tachyon takes a moment to think it over, but then shrugs her shoulders.
たく
Well, nothing rings a bell. Moving on to more important topics, Guinea Pig, about our next race. Judging from today's condition, I have a good feeling about the Japanese Derby. Really?
あ
Absolutely. I'm in high spirits lately. So let's quit mulling over ambiguities and focus on the race. For the sake of science as well, let's begin drawing up plans as soon as tomorrow. Agnes Tachyon leaves on that high note. A few things remain unclear, but with a declaration that bold, I'm sure she won't back out of the Japanese Derby. I pump myself up for the upcoming summer stage.
こんな状態で走ってもな
She needs to rest.
キュッなあなあ
In her dream, she did it.
たまらない、うん、
That's a lot.
今日の私は
Perfect. Should I go with guts? I can go with speed. I gotta go with speed.
始めよう
I don't think she was fast enough last time.
早く理論の証明がしたい
Alright. Are there any skills that I want? Moderately increase ability to break out of the pack when positioned toward the front with 200 meters remaining. Standard distance. Follow runner. Pressure. No. What was a murmur? Slightly disturbed runners directly ahead mid-race. That would be a good one to have. Level-headed. Slightly regain composure by... Oh, those are encloser ones. I don't want those. Unyielding would be pretty good. So it's stamina to spare or preferred position. Moderately recover endurance when conserving energy on a corner in the second half of the race. Let's get Triumphant Pulse. I wanted to be able to break out of the pack at the end. Alright. Come on. Place top 5. Okay. So she doesn't have to win. She just has to place top 5. No big deal. Right? It's the Japanese Derby. Is it just me, or is it a bit tense in here? Agnes Tachyon shrugs her shoulders, voicing her indifference. There's something I've been meaning to ask her. I just thought you were running a little different than usual. To this day, I still have no idea what Manhattan Cafe meant back with them when she said Takyon's running looked different. How did you change your running? Whoa there. Again with that topic? As I said before, Cafe was just imagining things. Besides, even if she wasn't, the fact that I haven't said anything about it means it isn't yet time to do so. What ought to concern you as my trainer is how I might run today. Nothing more and nothing less. What significance does any other matter have right now besides serving as a distraction? Her posture speaks for the sincerity of her question. I'm not sure how to respond. If it lacks significance, no. Even if it has significance, this conversation is off limits for the time being. Alright? Now, the race should be beginning soon. Saying that, she leaves the waiting room without further explanation. Aishin Flash is great at reading storybooks out loud. That's good. I don't like the marks up here. Those are bad. Well, I guess we're gonna see how we do. I have anxieties. They're like concerns, but more intense. Major Ryan has some nice pants. She does, doesn't she? I figured Major Ryan is exactly who you want to dress like, Quartz. I want Rice Shower's outfits. You want Major Orion's outfits. Are you cheering for another horse besides mine? She has nice pants? She does have nice pants. Third place? Not bad. Does my horse have nice pants? Is she wearing pants or a skirt? I think she does have cute pants under that. Oh, she's wearing a skirt today. I don't know who that is in the back, but that's how my sister would want to dress. Come on, Agnes. There we go. Rachi's out front. By a lot. Wow, look at that. Okay, no. Come on, velocity up on the straightaway. Oh. No. Simile Rudolph, no. She's barely in front. Oh, it's so close. Yes. She pulled ahead. Ugh. Mini Cactus. I know, right? What a fucking name. Double crown. She's got the double crown. That's very impressive. I'm very proud of her. She's done great. Pace 221. I'd also like to wear Aishin Flash's stuff. She's cute. Major Ryan. Frilled Banana was my sister would wear hers or Out of Black. Yeah, 2 crowns. And it's Agnes Tachyon crossing the finish line in a tremendous display of dominance. She's gonna block the road while you're trying to go to work. Why? She may be the living embodiment of an enigma, but her running never ceases to amaze me. I'll never get tired of seeing you run. I see. This is truly fascinating. I don't understand the blocking the road while you try to go to work. What is that a reference to? What did I miss? Well done. You ran like the wind. Oh, trainer. You're in a fine mood. From her debut race to the end of the classics, she's dominated the track. We've got this in check. Next up is the Kikasho. Yes, I suppose so. The Kikasho G1 race is the next stop in your agenda, after all. It is a fine goal, however. From here on out, I'd like it if you didn't place too much faith in me. What do you mean? Exactly what I said. What does she mean by that? In any case, it seems our goal hasn't changed for the time being. As I may know, you live in a big horse racing place. Oh, I see. Got it. Despite this uncertainty lingering in the back of my mind, our day's training for the Kikasho begin in earnest. Please give me some actual time between this race one and the next one. Nine turns. Horses are kind of a big deal here. It's been so long since I've lived in a place where horses are a big deal, and I wouldn't move back. On my way home from the gold class briefing session, I spot a trainer's notebook lying on the road. Glancing inside, I see it's filled with detailed information about the owner's trainee. Not just their training schedule either, but also their love for aquariums, their favorite restaurants, and several associated recipes. Oh, Trainer Kiryuan stuff. This all sounds very familiar. Good job, Meek. Let's finish here today. Alright, yes? What is it? About dinner. What do you want to eat? You could go into town and buy riding tack, or just chaps. Looking at your recent dietary intake, it seems a little lacking in fat. Let's cook something up to fix that. Oh, and I'll add in some of your favorite foods, of course. Enjoying your food is just as important as nutritional balance. Thanks. Now you'd better change your clothes before you get cold. I'll join you soon. Hey there. Trainer Lady Urania, it's nice to see you again. I heard through the grapevine that Agnes Tachyon has reached gold class. Or riding boots. That's true. Or a crop. Actually, we just achieved the same thing. I'm honored to reach such an elite class at the same time as you. Even so, we still have a long way to go, but don't you worry, we're working harder than ever. If Happy Meek has also reached gold class, Trainer Kiryuan must have been at the briefing session earlier. And given the contents of this notebook, there's no mistake. I take out the trainer's notebook and show it to her. Do you recognize this? So that's where it went. Thank you. I couldn't find it after I got back from the briefing session, and I was looking everywhere. I can't believe I dropped it on the way back from an official meeting. How embarrassing. I mentioned that I guessed it was hers based on the details inside. That's the advice you gave me in action. Every time I learn more about Meek, I'm so happy that I end up writing pages and pages. It's just... Just what? Huh? Oh, nothing. Nothing to see here. Right, training's over. Time to clean up. See you around, Trainer Lady Urania. With how abruptly Trainer Kiryuan bails on the conversation, it's hard not to feel concerned. Is she okay? I just don't get it. Why is Meek making so little progress? There shouldn't be any problems with her training schedule. The previous generations of the Kiryuin family all achieved results by following the directions in the trainer's handbook. Umamusume trained using this handbook have gone on to win G1 races and receive countless accolades. It's the accumulation of generations of wisdom. Why is she the only other trainer? Hey, I don't know. She's just the only other one that we interact with in any meaningful way for the story. And Mika isn't falling short either in motivation or ability. So the weak link must be... Nine turns to place top 3 in the Kikasho. We only have one friend. That's true. Because Agnes Tachyon isn't our friend. She is our master. Thank you for your hard work, trainer. You're really giving it your all, aren't you? And you know that time of year has finally come again. Tracen Academy's annual summer camp will soon begin. Summer camp? That's right. You'll be staying by the beach and utilizing the venue for a change in training programs. I'm sure the new environment will help your training improve in leaps and bounds. Camp starts in July, so make sure she's in tip-top condition to dive in and make the most of it. Alright. I'm sure Agnes Tachyon is going to be super thrilled about... No, the horses are Umas, they don't count. It's true. You can't be friends with your horse, even if you believe your horse was your brother in a past life. Strictly business, indeed. After completing the G1 race in Fuchu, we're planning for the Kikasho, when suddenly Agnes Tachyon receives a formal invitation. The Gekkei High? Especially if you believe your horse was your brother. Absolutely. The Gekkei High is an exhibition race showcasing the most popular Umamusume. Expectations are gathering for the monumental race, which will feature a live broadcast and an opening ceremony. The Gekkei High takes its name from the bay laurel. Symbolically, it represents both victory and honor. These are virtues I wish all participating Umamusume will strive for. In other words, while the Gekkei High may be an exhibition race in name, my intentions were to establish a prestigious event rivaling the G1 races, where talented racers representing each of their generations would gather. Well said. May I inquire the reason behind establishing such a reputable event? The idea is to further stimulate competition throughout the Umamusume world. That is why it stands at the same level as the G1 races and is being held during the summer. Was her brother the horse that crushed you, thus scoring a small victory for the Union? I think her brother was just a guy. The horse that crushed me could have been my brother in a past life. I don't know. And it crushed me because we got shot. So that was neat. It was... Maybe her brother was a horse? Maybe. I don't even know anymore. She's not around to ask. The other reason concerns the races themselves. It could easily be said that Umamusume are diverse. She never said her brother wasn't a horse. She didn't. There are those who have talent but struggle to exert their full capability. Likewise, there are many who struggle to believe in themselves. While this might come off as heavy-handed, it is my hope that they utilize this opportunity to experience how it feels to race with every fiber of their being. I genuinely believe that opportunities like this are instrumental for the future of not only those individual Umamusume, but for us as a whole. The future of Umamusume. Once again, the president is on to some fascinating stuff. Coincidentally, Agnes Tachyon and I are watching a broadcast of the Gekkei High when she receives her invitation. Just as they said, they gathered quite the formidable lineup, don't you agree? The race looks to be promising. Tentative lists of the participating racers are already being featured in racing magazines with the coverage printed in full color. It's not an exaggeration to say this is the most anticipated event in Umamusume racing right now. You should enter. I try to assure Agnes Tachyon that she'll do well in the race, but she remains unconvinced. Competing with those at the top is the key to drawing out one's own latent potential. Yes, I've heard this mentioned numerous times. Does that mean Give me a day to think about it. Saying that, she leaves my office. That night, it's not every day you get a racetrack all to yourself. So, the Gekkei High. I couldn't ask for a better place to gather data. I have to make my choice. It's either plan A or plan B. Lucky! Welcome in. Hello everybody, my name is Lady Urania. Right now I'm an Umamusume streamer. And a spider girl, obviously. Happy to have you. Pull up a strand, watch out for the sticky ones, those are for snacks. Bonjour. How is Touhou Project? And how are you? And if you need to raid and run, I get it. Agnes Tachyon begins running, a lone and silent silhouette against the nighttime racetrack. Full of death? I don't know anything about it, but I believe you. What is Touhou Project? Touhou Project. It looks very anime-y to be full of death, but... A bullet hell shoot 'em up video game series. Alright. Never mind. It would be full of death. That makes perfect sense. Come on, run faster. 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 Ah. I've known this ever since the Satsuki show. Touhou's a bullet hell shoot 'em up series is one of the main inspirations of Undertale. Oh, that's cool. The latent potential within an Umamusume's legs, the limits of this body's speed. I've yet to see even a glimpse of either, for I know that they lie beyond the horizon. A fine goal, if I do say so myself. Whatever the case, if that limit can be observed, it doesn't need to be with my own eyes. I'll run in the Gekkei High. Not only that, I'll make sure Plan B is a success. The next morning... Hey there, trainer. I have something to tell you. Good news, that is. She proclaims her intention to run in the Gekkei High. A lot of stuff are from Touhou, like if you've ever seen her Bad Apple, that's originally a Touhou song in animation. Well, it's an animation now. Where is the... When is the Gekkei High? She intends to run in the Gekkei High, but it's not listed anywhere as a race I can do, so... When is summer? Ba 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 da ba ba. I should focus on guts. I don't think I've heard or seen Bad Apple, but I should. Faster, faster. This isn't the limit. I'm nowhere near it yet. Since the day she decided to run in the Gekkei High, Agnes Tachyon has been setting new personal records on a daily basis. That's really good. Tachyon was already fast, but now she's like crazy fast. She's really pumped. The Gekkei High is going to be so exciting. Her legs, as if relieved of some hefty burden, bound across the track with great vigor. She's awakened to her talent. I'm impressed, Tachyon. Yeah, it's written all over your face. Although I do find the sudden change a bit perplexing. Did something happen recently? If I have to answer, all I did was make a choice. The same thing you and everybody else do. It's nothing special. Alright, one more lap. Take my time, okay? In any case, it's clear Agnes Tachyon has experienced a considerable change of heart. It's my job to support her decision. Now that she's showing motivation for the Gekkei High, I spend the night lying awake thinking about how I can help. I'm her trainer. There has to be something I can do. I got it! I pull out the list of racers for the event and begin perusing all their past files. By the time I look out the window, dawn is already broken. Welcome back, Yase! Let's see. Weather conditions, track strategies, the list of competitors, their bloodline, their rivals, favorable and unfavorable tracks. You did all this in one night? Hard to imagine you had any time to sleep. Well, I lost track of time. Did it please you that much to see my drive? I don't know. We're alright, I guess? I won the Satsuki show. And they keep talking about the Gekkei High, but I don't know how to race in it. Anyway, such thorough data will be of great help for the Gekkei High. It's an incredibly important race for me to gather quality data. We must be completely prepared. Agnes Tachyon closely studies the data I compiled. My efforts weren't for naught. Is there something else? You look awful happy. Is there anything else I can do for you? My, you're fired up today, aren't you? In that case, I can presume you won't reject being confined for 10 days. It's absolutely imperative for my next experiment. My mouth begins to move before I can finish thinking things through. If it's to see how far she can go, I'll always agree. Sure thing! You want to lock me in a box for 10 days? Yes, ma'am. I promise to try any concoction and accept whatever experiment comes my way. Any plan she comes up with, I'll comply. Yeah? They know me pretty well. You've gone off the deep end now. The thing about confinement was a joke, of course. That's against the law, you know. Well, now. I wonder what's gotten into you. You impressed me that day is all. I attempt to describe what I felt watching her that day, but end up at a loss for words. That day on the tracks... Faster, faster. This isn't the limit. I'm nowhere near it yet. The way she shot across the track, each resonating step pushing her forward, I couldn't look away from her dazzling display. I'm willing to do anything. What? I tell her that as long as we can go beyond the limits of Umamusume kind together, I'll do anything for her. In response, she falls curiously silent. Tachyon? Good grief. She's never had anybody who didn't resist before. She's never had anyone fully surrender. That's what's happening here. She doesn't know what to do now that she's got someone who's fully surrendering. Huh? Ah, yes, of course. You haven't changed. Not even a bit. I also wants to see what lies beyond your limits.
No.
That's what you said when you scouted me. Do you remember? That day, in order to become my trainer, you downed an entire 3 bottles of test solution. I know, right? That contemptuous look. Just like, look at you just like, oh, you are in fact a guinea pig. That's just who you are. I see. Well, I guess you're my guinea pig. I was taken aback, you know. This guinea pig is the real deal, I thought. Her eyes had the look of someone reminiscing over a fond memory. Yes, that day under the setting sun, your eyes were filled with madness. I showed her that I matched her freak.
Yeah.
No, that's not quite right. Allow me to correct myself. She looks me straight in the eye. Even now, your eyes are filled with madness. Horse with guinea pig friend? Absolutely. It seems I'm the type with an affinity to the eccentric. She lets out a small sigh. In other words, she's into it. Goodness. Just when I thought I had made my decision, could this be more embarrassing? What's this about? So long as the potential isn't 0, I can't quit, now can I? With that being the case, guinea pig, I'll be requiring your further cooperation with my experiments. Like I said, what are you going on about? The fact that you're responsible for a good half of the troubles about to occur. Huh? That day she skips on a training after 3 weeks of perfect attendance. The next day... Trainer, I have something to tell you. Good news, in fact. I withdrew from the Gekkei High. What? With no further explanation, she retreats to the confines of her laboratory. The Gekkei High quickly comes and goes with her absence. Okay, that explains that. Agnes Tachyon's unexpected one-sided decision is being talked about all over the place. What is her deal? Horse abandonment? I walked up to her and I was like, "Hey, I'm really impressed with your thing. You did really well." And she was like, "Oh yeah? What are you gonna do about it?" And I was like, "I'll do anything you want. I'm yours. Just, how can I help you do better?" And she's like, I see. Well then. This is interesting and I have to think about it. Jeez. What should I do here? Obviously speed, because I've got everybody on it. She's so into it that she can't focus on anything else? Obviously, yeah. Today is the first day of summer camp. It's a period of intense training where racers can improve upon their practical skills. Or, that's what it's supposed to be. Are you ready, guinea pig? The number of experiments that can only be done during the summer rivals the number of stars in space. We do need a beginning of a new era server movie night. Are we talking about watching the Umamusume movie in our server? Mother 3 has a horse spider? Explain yourself. No, you know what? I'm gonna go look that up. Mother 3 horse spider. That's a common Google search. I see. Horsantula. What a creation. I don't know if I want to share this with people. Weird. You want to see it? What the heck did I do?
Oh no! Why does it have two faces?
I don't know. It's not good.
Oh, you made it bigger.
What?
You made it bigger.
I did make it bigger. Here, I'm going to... What? I told you. Here, I'll share it. I will share it.
Show it on screen.
What?
Show it on screen.
I'm going to. Alright, is everybody ready to be horrified? Bam! I didn't let you answer. This is what you did to me. Quartz, you did this to everybody. Everybody, this is Quartz's fault. Quartz did this to all of us. Oh, that is fan art?
Oh, I just noticed the other eye.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fan art. Somebody drew the pixel, like drew what it looked like if it wasn't pixelated. So, yeah, that's the Horse Angela. It's not very different from the pixelated version. At all. Like, they did a good job. So, yeah, that was great. It's interesting that you brought that up because Mother 3 doesn't seem to have ever been released anywhere. Which is also interesting. Probably because of the Horse Angela. Don't give in to the heat. I'll need you to be on your best guinea pig behavior. You know this summer camp is meant for you, right? A full-fledged adult shouldn't concern themselves with such trifling matters. Come, let's enjoy summer. Such was the calm before the inevitable storm that would ensue during summer camp with Agnes Tachyon. The reporter's just like, huh? Alright, so the first thing I need to do is rest and recreation, because it didn't warn me. She really said grow up, we have experiments to conduct. Absolutely. She 100% did that. Let's see. I should do guts training. Failure 23%. Should I risk it? I'm gonna risk it. Oh no! Agnes Tachyon has sustained a serious injury. What have I done? I should have listened to you, Yase. Should I ever focus on getting better or push through the pain? Obviously, she should get better. Decided to focus on getting her injuries treated. Agnes Tachyon seems to be feeling a little depressed because she can't get any exercise. We better got to wit and reroll for more supports on the last turn. Yeah. Fun fact, a descendant of the real-life Agnes Tachyon recently debuted with many people watching, due to the horse also being descended from Daiwa Scarlet and Vodka. Okay. That's very cool. Oh no, she broke her leg. That's rough. It would have been. That was a better plan. Summer camp, I want to use this chance to prepare Agnes Tachyon for upcoming G1, the Kika show. But somehow I find myself doing workouts at her request instead. 141, 142, you're almost there. Put some back into it, guinea pig. Why, me? Despite it being summer camp, I'm subject to her experimentation from dusk until dawn. Like always. 149 and 150. Okay, stop. Now let me measure your endorphin secretion levels. Air Shakur had a terminal broken leg. No! That's sad. At that moment, several reporters come running on over. You are Agnes Tachyon, correct? That is correct. I'm sorry, but can you come back later? I'm in the middle of an experiment right now. Can you tell me more about why you didn't enter the Gekkei High? Just before summer camp started, Agnes Tachyon decided to withdraw from the Gekkei High. Only several months into retirement? That sucks. Originally a special race meant to simulate excitement within the racing community, the news spread like wildfire. I think I've heard about what happened to the real-life Rice Shower, but I also forgot. Didn't she break her leg in a race? Or he? Whatever. They're all girls now. I don't make the rules. Yeah? God, that sucks. There are even voices criticizing her lack of commitment. Dear me. I knew I saw some unfamiliar faces sneaking into the summer camp. You need to go through the academy first if you want to have an interview. I push my way through the throng of reporters, but find the microphones previously pointed at her, suddenly all facing me. As her trainer, do you understand the problems caused by your racer's sudden cancellation? Although she is a student of Tracen Academy, there have been rumors claiming that she lacked motivation even for her debut race. As I just said, you'll have to make a formal application in order to conduct an interview. They're much closer to a guinea pig than an actual trainer, so it would be much more constructive if you directed your questions at me. Tachyon. Once again, the microphones surround Agnes Tachyon. So as a highly talented Umamusume, what are your thoughts regarding the future of the Umamusume world and your responsibilities to it? Unlike the student council president, I am down to earth. Nevertheless, if that is your question, then let me pose another. Suppose that you succeeded in eliciting a response from me. Would my answer really contribute to the future of Umamusume? Can you explain to me the significance of the time spent on this? I can't stand such trivial usage of time. Agnes Tachyon turns away from the flinching reporters. She just called them all useless. She was like, "You're all wasting everyone's time. Shut up and leave me alone." Should we get going, guinea pig? It appears today is not a day fit for experimentation. Tch. I can't help but feeling a nagging uneasiness at the reporter's visible frustration. The next day. Troublemaker in the Umamusume community, Agnes Tachyon. What an amusing provocation. Forgoing her summer camp training for recreational experimentation, this Umamusume exposes her trainer, whom she refers to as guinea pig, to her cruel instruments of science. She's absolutely crashing out, and it's probably my fault. With an outlook of indifference and apathy to the future of Umamusume, this is incredible. Their malice is apparent, but they didn't fabricate a single word. She seems in high spirits, but if this situation goes on, her professional career might be negatively impacted. Not to mention, I haven't even heard her reason for backing out of the Gekkei High either. Is something the matter, trainer? Why the long face? Why did you withdraw from the race? Oh, are you still curious about that? Now that I think about it, you really don't know why, do you? I suppose that does hinder your duties as my trainer. Sadly, there are unavoidable circumstances at hand, preventing me from telling you more. As expected, she has no intention of sharing her reasons. But as it stands, I won't be able to protect her when the time comes. Yeah, the horse girl asked me why the long face. I will never recover from this burn. I'm worried about you. Worried, you say? That's right, you are quite the worry word. Let me preface this by saying that this withholding of information is a conscious decision. I dropped out of the Gekkei High for a good reason. I like how she's not even really mad. In fact, she's just like, wow, they didn't even make anything up. Impressive. Exactly. It's incredible how talented they are. They fabricated an entire malicious narrative here without making up a single word. A horse and a guinea pig walk into the evil laboratory, and the horse asks the guinea pig, "Why the long face?" And the guinea pig just wordlessly points at the chimerization machine the horse built last week. As she tells me this, she looks me square in the eyes. Her tone is soft, but her expression is unusually honest. If everything goes well, we'll have a nice long talk about it. I can promise you that. There's so much I'm in the dark about. Contrary to what the article claimed, I know she's not indifferent. She has some kind of plan in mind, I'm sure of it. I believe in her. I nod in silent agreement, to which she replies with a small smile of relief. Thank you. Alright, with that out of the way, let's hit the beach. Nice blue skies and not too hot. It's the perfect day to conduct experiments. More experiments? Don't be shy. With luck, we'll manage to finish up by the end of the day. To tell you the truth, Plan A has finally moved on to the hypothesis testing phase. Well, unfortunately, I screwed it up. So, I'll let you pick for today. Would you like to do strength training or beach running? Beach running, please. Okay, I'll be running laps around the beach, so record my times. Wait, you're the one doing it? Of course. You're still out of commission from earlier testing. To verify the hypothesis for Plan A, my own body will be required. Do you have the stopwatch in hand? Then let's start. Without wasting a second, she takes off into the run. The horizon quickly swallows up her figure. Yes, it is within grasp finally. As she returns, her eyes are ablaze with excitement. I haven't seen her this fired up in a while. She catches her breath as her body gives out and lands on the sand. Success! I look over at Agnes Tachyon and see her grinning from ear to ear. Definitely do rest and rec next year if you don't have at least a double friendship or a big support stack, by the way. I have a condition too, so I have to look into that. The next day, she formally announces her plan to run in the Kikka show. The heated criticism directed at her frivolous attitude is certainly no laughing matter, but... there really were no false statements in the articles. As I thought, she's paying no heed to the naysayers. Guts went up by 10. That's it? Alright. Does she not have the condition anymore? Has an increased chance of failing training. Let's see, at least a double friendship or a big support stack. 8%. I've got a double friendship here. Is that what you meant? Don't forget about the condition. You can't go to the infirmary during summer camp, I don't think. You are correct. That's a single friendship? Alright, I'll do rest and rec then. Well, that was quite the eventful summer camp. Plan A is in motion. All that's left is to prepare for the Kikasho. If I do say so myself, my time management skills are extraordinary. She's almost an entirely different person from how she was before summer camp. Just like that one meme? What meme? What is the meme? Well, I'm happy for her newfound enthusiasm. I can't help but worry. What is this plan A she keeps talking about? Great mood versus normal mood is a plus 20% to stats from training. I didn't even know that. The horse staring into the ocean? Got it. Hey, guinea pig, let's give the classics our all. Summer quickly comes to an end, leaving my unanswered questions unanswered. With our sights on the Kikasho, days of back-to-back training begin in full swing. Speed. Okay, so everything went up a little bit. I don't think I'm gonna finish up next time. Very well. Alright, I've done this one. Alright. That's 2 moods I have to go up though. Which is a problem. This is a huge support stack, right? I should do this. Although I should have. 2 of them are already in friendship territory. I could pray for karaoke. I could. Thank you, Director Akikawa. I want to increase her thing. On recreation? I got a shrine. Which is still good. After praying at a shrine with Agnes Tachyon. Was there bars orange that give you friendship trainings to bring it up further doesn't do anything? That's fair. I'm not about to complain about it coming all the way to this shrine. Whatever you have prayed for, it seems important enough that you'd seek the intervention of a higher power.
Yes.
But if you're done now, I'd say we can go. Are you tired?
Yeah.
No, just a little out of sorts. Maybe the macrophages in me are slacking off and leaving my apoptotic debris unattended to. Apoptotic? 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 I don't know. Apoptotic, I think. That was a contextless joke, of course. Besides, if my macrophages truly weren't doing their job, it wouldn't be a question of just my mood. I guess it doesn't really matter anyway. It appears something has really gotten her down. I'd like to do something to make her feel better, but I'm gonna go pray one more time. Don't tell me you're planning to pray for me to get better. You think doing so is going to change anything? But then again, you are the simple type. In any case, I can't remain in this daze forever. I think I'll conduct an experiment to lift my spirits. She smiles playfully, indicating she might be back to her usual self. Recovered from practice poor. Oh, good! Aha! Alright. If my research keeps going this well, we're golden. Okay, stay calm. I need to verify the results next. If possible, I'd like to have more test subjects than just trainer.
Yes.
Let's see, there must be some adventurous Umamusume around. Time to start my search. Just any Umamusume won't be good enough, though. They need to have a physique suitable for experimentation. It won't be easy to choose, but if it's for the sake of research... Come to think of it, it's almost time for training. But that's fine. Surely Trainer would be happier to see me show up after finding a new test subject. Just wait and see, Trainer. We'll be getting a new collaborator very soon. And like that, Agnes Tachyon becomes so preoccupied with her search for a test subject that she completely skips out on training. Wow!
積み重ねや繰り返しが大切なのはトレーニングも研究も同じこと。
So like these two are close enough, right? But over here, they're not. She's not. So let's go and do speed.
いいとも。
Horse Antler greater than racing. Listen. Everybody's gonna learn to run fast if the Horse Antler shows up.
関心関心。ご検討。
During the concert, Umamusume praised each other's efforts in the race through song and dance. But did you know that different types of dances use different muscles? Of course they do. In that case, you understand then, right? The concert venue is the perfect place for conducting an observation. The muscles used to form different facial expressions in various dances. The rise in body temperature, the increased pulse, the accelerated heartbeat. But the thing is, you can't properly observe these when you're also dancing on stage. That's why I want you to film the performance. I can see no other alternative. Huh. How about increasing your dynamic visual acuity? There is dynamic visual acuity and kinetic visual acuity, so essentially I'll be increasing my visual functionality. Intriguing. I feel a surge of desire to conduct a research, trainer. It'll get you with its poisonous stinger. What animal did that come from? Because that's not, neither horses nor tarantulas have poisonous stingers.
Yes.
Okay, let's give it a try. Come on, trainer, get on stage. Let's see if my eyes can capture your every movement, from the emotion in your gaze to the twirling of your hair strands. One day I shall be capable of observing even the speed of light. Dance for me, guinea pig. In order to improve Agnes Tachyon's dynamic visual acuity, I begin dancing alone on stage. There's a lot I don't know about horses. Hey, there is. It's true. I don't feel good about this race. In one turn. Okay, I see. She totally crashed out. Yeah, like I did bad. I screwed up. And we're gonna find out just how badly here. The day before the Kikka show. Yeah, I can show my skills. Preparations are complete. I cannot wait to begin. After getting ready, Agnes Tachyon exits the dormitory and leaves for Kyoto Racecourse. Huh? Why, if it isn't cafe? Are you on the way to Kyoto Racecourse? If memory serves, you're also running in the Kikka show. Yeah, that's right. Oh, then were you waiting for me? I wouldn't mind heading there together. No, it's just a coincidence. Oh, please. I know you don't dislike me that much. You've even mentioned how I've been a role model for your training. Break her legs. Wow! That's... What was it again? It was a while back now, but didn't you compliment my running? I just thought you were running a little different than usual. Ah, yes, it's slowly coming back to me. You shouldn't have spilled the beans so easily. Spill what beans? Your intuition was on point. It was true that my philosophy towards running had changed at the time. Huh? My apologies for dodging the question back then, but I had my reasons. Hold on, I'm recalling. I had said something about betting on the future you. Yeah. Ah, indeed. I'm not mistaken then. Well, sorry to say, but I'll have to retract my statement. Instead of pinning my hopes on you, I'll use these two legs of mine to keep moving forward. Manhattan Cafe appears to loosen up a bit. Is that so? Did I say something funny? Hold on, I am recalling. I know, right? Very normal thing to say. No, I was just surprised to hear you say that. None of these horses ever says anything normal, though, so it's fine. Everything is normal because nothing is normal because none of them is normal. That's all. I see. Well, I should get going. What about you? I'll leave in 5 minutes. In that case, I'll be seeing you. Manhattan Cafe watches Agnes Tachyon walk off into the distance. The next day, Kyoto Racecourse is abuzz with anticipation. That's Agnes Tachyon, the problem child, isn't it? I hope nothing goes wrong today. According to the news, she's quite the character. She's got talent, but... Everyone's expectations are still low, huh? Makes sense, though. Agnes Tachyon's bad reputation from the incident at the Gekkai High still runs strong. Her supporters are few and far between. As for her... I noticed quite the commotion in the stands. It seems I'm the talk of the town. Well, that's not relevant now, is it? Instead... we should focus on how to execute Plan A in today's race. This event will directly affect both our futures, bringing forth a new era of racing. What are you talking about? Essentially, I'm going to give it my all today. We'll see. I am worried. Let's see how this turns out. How bad I screwed up. She just has to land in the top 3. And she's a second favorite, so she might. Got clocks. If she doesn't do it at first, you can send her back in with a great mood. That's true. Late start, that's good. That's excellent. That's just what I needed.
先行争いはセイウンスカイ3番1番期待通りの結果を出せるか1番人気マンハッタンカフェセイウンスカイ快調に飛ばしていきます先頭集団を見ていきましょう長丁場のこのレースですがセイウンスカイ早くも先頭に躍り出た続きました3番早くも激しい競り合いそのうち並んで1番さらに外11番この辺りまでで先頭集団を形成しています第4コーナーを進んで直線へ向かう先頭から後方まで隊列は確実
Look at them go. I know, right?
自分のペースを保っているようですね
現在1番手はセイウンスカイ3番続いている
I like that outfit in 4th place.
並んできたさらには18番1個目のホームストレッチ
The black with the blue with the pink hair.
2番それを見るように岩早秀少し後ろから14番1馬身離れて AM オペラ王少し離れてアグネスタキオン外目をついて17番マンハッタン
You should go to the track more. This is entertaining.
すぐに続いて成田大臣そして内目をつきましては4番その後から成田ブライアン後方2番手にウイニング
I
現在しんがりだマンハッタンカフェ
am not
そしてどうでしょうか
馬場状態を確認しながら走っている感じですねまだ本気ではないですよ
1コーナーから2コーナーへ向かう先頭
Still half the race left. It's true, this is a long race. I forgot.
3番手には11番4番手に1番5番手には18番2馬身3馬身開いて岩早秀そしてその後ろから行くのは7番その後ろに AM オペラ王後ろ2番外から成田大臣内14番2周目の向こう上面各馬娘たちの動きが激しくなっていますさらに3番その後ろからセイウンスカイその後ろ11番その後1番そしてその後方には18番そして岩早秀あとは7番後から AM オペラ王外を回って成田大臣内には2番外を回りますマンハッタンカフェそしてそのうち14番残り 1000m を通過4番追走内を回ります成田ブライアンそしてその内を
So Umamusume does to you, it gets you interested in the actual thing. I know, right? Like it's
先頭行きますセイウンスカイどうでしょうこの展開
かかってしまっ
It's
て
a
いるかも
mess.
しれません一息つけるといいですが
you could go see the Belmont next
馬
year.
娘
You
たちが
could.
どう動くか目が離せません
まだ差があるここから先頭を捉える子は出て
That's another thing my first wife liked to do was go to horse races, and she would do all the research on the horses.
残り
Yeah, she hasn't popped off any of her skills. She hasn't done anything.
岩早秀マンハッタンカフェ追いつつがある岩早秀強すぎる完全に抜け出した200を通過岩早秀足色は衰えない岩早秀リードは4馬身先頭は岩早秀たまらない後ろを突き放して岩早秀ゴール板を駆け抜けたこれ
The late start was real bad. Alright. Here we go. Huh? Oh, it was just a dream. There's an important race today. I need to forget about that dream and go see Agnes Tachyon right away. Yeah, it's even free. Boo, bring out the horse Angela. I know, right? Alright. She's got a good mood now. So, as long as she doesn't do another late start. Come on. Good. Alright. Much better. She is still falling back, and I don't like that. Alright, she's number 7. I know, right? I absolutely want to see some skills. Now would be a good time for her to do her pacer straightaway thing.
前から大きく開きました縦長の展開だ後方の馬娘が差し返せるのか気になる開きです
Zero skills is a straight up unlucky one. Yeah, I've got like 250 wits or so. It's weird that they didn't trigger. Something has triggered every other race. There we go, pace chaser straightaways. That's good. Crashing out, absolutely, 100%. Yeah, she's with the she's where she's supposed to be now. In the middle of the pack instead of looking at everyone's butts. There we go. Good. Alright, she's up to 5. 4. There we go. Okay. She's in 3rd now. 2nd. 1st. Wow. Yeah, because she triggered her recovery skill. Here we go. All right. You mean Manhattan Cafe? The one of the all black, like the goth princess outfit. Oh, yes. Oh. Who won? Who won? Yes. Triple crown. That is why we don't run our runs preemptively. Nice. So fucking good. She got a she got a triple crown. That's so fucking good. Winning the soul? I guess we've already seen this one, huh? So fucking good. That was so good. Agnes Tachyon finishes the Kikasho with favorable results. You don't get more favorable than 1st place. I gotta say, Agnes Tachyon performed better than I thought. Yeah, she ran with all her heart. She really a problem child, like they say? Agnes Tachyon's full sprint has inspired a change of heart in those watching her. Not bad. Not bad at all. At last, finally. Tachyon? Oh, trainer. Her smile is so bright that I unconsciously take a step back. That was a great run. Yes, I think so too. If only I could copy the memory from my mind and save it somewhere. Either way, this is just the beginning. The beginning? Oh, right. It's time I fulfilled my promise to you. Once you're ready, let's meet in your office. I have something to tell you. Her expression appears unusually serious. I wonder what it means. Hell yeah. 9 turns. The confession. So, long story short, my legs are in a condition where they may fail at any given moment. Shortly after the Kikasho, Agnes Tachyon abruptly enters my office with this announcement. Wow. That sucks. Shocked, I shoot up from my chair like a rocket. These legs of mine possess both natural-born speed and a fatal fragility, you see. Huh? Just look at your shock. I was correct in withholding this information until now. What is this all of a sudden? The secret that I've been keeping. I gave you my word. If things began going well, I would divulge everything. You've been quite a good guinea pig, so I thought to reward you, scant as it may be. Now with the surprises out of the way, she gets herself settled in. The setting sun's light enters the room and casts a soft glow across her face. You're well aware of my profound fascination towards the Umamusume body. A body no different from the human body, yet boasts a physical capacity several times higher. Imagine just how far such a sublime mechanism can go. In my youth, I was convinced this grand pursuit of mine was inevitable. Actually, the sentiment still holds true. In addition, as I'm a talented runner, I also intended to push myself beyond the limit with my own 2 legs. Though, as I feared, realizing this dream has become slightly problematic because of the aforementioned reason. Figuratively speaking, my engine is sound, but my structural frame flimsy. Any slight overexertion poses a great risk. She's referring to her decisions to back out from races. They always came so suddenly that I thought they were on impulse. But the real reason was because of her physical condition. You kept that a secret this whole time. Well, it is what it is. It's the reason why I've been conducting 2 separate studies, Plan A and Plan B. Plan A aims to reach the limits of speed by strengthening my own legs with the help of various experiments. On the other hand, Plan B forgoes the involvement of myself and seeks to reach the limits of speed by way of proxy, that is, with the help of other Umamusume. I have been conducting each study simultaneously. It was in the middle of this that you decided to become my trainer. You put your faith in me. You were so keen when you proposed the idea of entering the classics. As if recalling a fond memory, Agnes Tachyon closes her eyes. I know you can do it. You're free to selfishly pin your hopes on me. I wouldn't deny you that. In truth, I too began to see myself running in the classics. However, facts are facts. Competing at the Satsuki show, I realized that my legs simply can't endure against such fierce competition. I remember after the Satsuki show, when we started planning ahead, she was insistent on remaining uncommitted to our agenda. The reasoning behind Agnes Tachyon's behavior begins coming to light piece by piece. Progress for Plan A wasn't coming along too well. I couldn't see myself being prepared for the peak of this period. Thus, I resorted to Plan B. Plan B, in other words, the realization of her dream with the aid of an Umamusume in her stead. Doesn't that mean that she'll stop racing? Expecting my legs to fail, I began testing concoctions that would be used on another racer. This is also why I had decided to run in the Gekkei High. I simply couldn't ignore such a grand opportunity for data collection. It was then, however, when you unwittingly said to me that you wanted to go beyond the limit together, or something to that effect. It seems I'm the type with an affinity to the eccentric. So long as the potential isn't 0, I can't quit, now can I? Now I finally understand what she meant. So that's why you backed out. An acute observation. The impulse to bet on Plan A prevailed against my better judgment. Rather, it'd be more fitting to say that you rekindled my smoldering dreams. You're a real troublemaker, you know. But in the end, it is still my decision, my fatal attraction to this thing called potential. Without my knowing, it ate away at me from the inside, leaving me vulnerable and brittle. Her voice diminished almost to a whisper. She lets out a quiet sigh. Though it was because of that, I finally found my resolve to continue Plan A until the end. My running in the Gekkei High was only for the chance to collect the data with expectations that my legs might fail, so I withdrew. I then dedicated myself fully to my research with time as my main enemy. During summer camp, I began to see a light at the end of the tunnel. I felt my body gaining the capacity to endure. It was a day that she mentioned testing her hypothesis for Plan A. That's right, it was the first time in a while she had really exerted herself. I also remember her proclaiming success. The pieces are all coming together. I'm finally beginning to understand the truth of Agnes Tachyon's circumstances. So that's what it was. Yes, and that's why that is why I could commit to participating in the Kika show. So she wasn't being driven by impulse. Well, she sure threw me for a loop with her distant attitude. She was making an effort this entire time. I realized when I finished the Kika show that I could survive the Twinkle series, which is why today, as an exception, I can make this promise. Yeah? As compensation for coming along this journey beyond limits, I'll reward you a few victories. All right then, let's hear your plans for my senior year races. I'm all ears. A few days earlier, you wouldn't be able to convince me she'd turn this new leaf. My face turning hot, I feel a lump forming in my throat. Tachyon. Oh, don't cry, guinea pig. This is the beginning of my redemption arc. You should be smiling. These are tears of joy. You always were the emotional type. Oh, that reminds me. This is the perfect time to measure your stress levels. You see, I have a deep interest in emotions at the moment. Come here, let me borrow your finger so I can read your heart rate. Huh? Don't huh me. Didn't you become my trainer in order to work as my guinea pig? Quite the opposite. Her eyes reflect the light of the setting sun, revealing a kind of innocence behind their enigmatic veneer. I expect our goal races won't change again anytime soon. The soonest race is a medium G1 to Osaka High. With our sights firmly set, it's time to bring home the trophy. You wanted to see my skills. I have Introduction to Physiology, Triumphant Pulse, and Pace Chaser Straightaways. Should I get straightaway recovery? Is there anything you see that you would recommend, Yase? Corner Adept, maybe. Stamina to spare. Preferred position. Unyielding. Well, I can't get that. That's going to take forever. Oh, my spine. I'll let her think about it. Power, stamina. Just stamina, because I've got multiple people there. I got one of them bumped up to do friendship levels now. Ah. These two helping each other out. Trainer Kiryuin feeling bad because she doesn't know how she's supposed to feel, basically, about Meek not doing great. Blaming herself. The trainer's handbook. She just handed me the secret trainer's handbook. Oh shit. It's pretty good. Who's this? Taiko. Yeah, Tokai Teo. Excellent. All very good. Guts will increase those two things. Wits are already very good. I should do speed so I can get Odanashi's stuff up. Also because I need more speed. Yeah, she's going in to get sweets for Happy Meek. Why? Because she wants to. She wants to make them for Happy Meek, and so she's going to sample them there. Which is a way to do it, I guess. Let's see. It's only 11%. Hell yeah. Friendship training is very good. And now they're going to go help Satono Diamond, who's sick. That's like even better than before. What is it? Hold on. Okay, I'll make sure to eat my fill and recover. What's that bottle over there? Golshi mix? Huh? Oh, this must be that mystery drink Goldship gave me. Concentrated antibiotic umacillin. Wow, there's so many things here I've never seen before. Whoa, hold up a second, Dai. Let's start with the safe stuff, shall we? That's intense. Makes sense. Makes absolute sense. Let's see. Slightly increased velocity on a straight. That might also be good. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna rest. 61% failure is bad. Hey there, trainer. It's a beautiful morning, isn't it? A perfect day for experiments. Looks like you rested well. Thanks to you, I realized that rest is essential so long as we're alive. Now I want to put this energy to good use. Let's move forward in exploring the potential of body modification. Agnes Tachyon's in a good mood. She seems to have rested well. Now she wants to modify my body, which is fine. These two with their carrot farm. She's only at a normal mood, which is too low. Starting this year, Agnes Tachyon and I will be challenging senior races. We decide to visit the shrine for New Year's Day to offer our prayers. I still haven't told Agnes Tachyon that for the upcoming year I've planned out an ambitious agenda with the aim of dominating the medium distance G1 races and the Grand Prix. Maybe this way I can help her in surpassing her limits.
どうしたんだい？
What were you so fervently wishing for? I was meaning to discuss this with her in person later, but since she asked, I divulged the details of my prayer. So we're dominating the medium G1 races in the Grand Prix now. That would include the Osaka High, the Takarazaka Kinen, the Autumn Tenno Sho, and the Arima Kinen. You're a greedy guinea pig. Might you be putting too much faith in the gods? Or rather, this is the first I'm hearing about this race agenda. She won't refuse, will she? I brace myself for her response. Very well. Not a bad idea. Agnes Tachyon grins with excitement. Plan A went well, so we must go on the offensive this year, lest our efforts be for naught. I assure you that I'll go at it with everything I have at my disposal. You can consider your wish realized. Hearing such a bold declaration out of Agnes Tachyon, my mind can't help but wander back to 1 year ago. What do we have here? The classic Triple Crown. It's our goal for this year. Like I've been saying, I can't guarantee if I will actually race or not. Compared to back then, her reply now is nigh unthinkable. You've changed. Oh, quit being so sentimental. Over several 100 billion of our cells undergo death and rebirth on a daily basis. Naturally, we too would experience change. Though that isn't to say I don't understand what you mean. Last year was one full of twists and turns. A year to remember for certain. Yeah, it was rough. Let bygones be bygones. Now that we've finished our New Year's shrine visit, shall we head back? You have experiments to do? No, training. What? It isn't often that our interests are fully aligned, so I thought to make the most out of it. Don't you agree? Yeah, let's go back and train. Now we're talking. We have much to do. Last year was a busy one, full of twists and turns. This year will be one of great strides towards success. With all the excitement behind her smile, I can't help but nod in kind. This year looks to be an eventful one. Hell yeah, give me those skill points. I should also increase recreation. That's fine. One day I'm out shopping with Agnes Tachyon. We got everything I wanted. Should we head back with the bags? Oh, what's that over there? Step right up and try your luck with our New Year's raffle. This year's grand prize is the hot spring vacation for 2. First prize winners get a deluxe carrot hamburger steak. Second prize winners get a bushel of carrots. And third prize winners can take home a single carrot. Don't let this opportunity pass you by. Get a ticket now and spin for your chance to win. I see, a raffle. That reminds me, we did in fact receive a raffle ticket while shopping earlier. What are the chances? Trainer, why don't you test your luck? You don't want to give it a go? Not entirely. I'd rather observe myself. When the ball rolls out from the tumbler, I wonder how its color will affect your emotional response. Now that you know what I want, it's time to get to it. Show me the relationship between emotional responses and the mimetic muscles. I give in to her pressure and head toward the raffle booth. I crank the tumbler, and what pops out is... Oh, tough luck. Looks like you pulled a blank one. Take this pack of tissues as a consolation prize. You obtain tissues. That was interesting to observe. Your face was at first brimming with expectation, then quickly faded into disappointment. The horse is pressuring you to go. Yeah! I mean, she also poisons me from time to time, strategically, to see what happens. So, she electrocuted me once. A terribly pure and honest reaction. It's amazing how much the face can convey. With that being said, it's kind of a shame you basically lost. Well, I guess I'll accept the pack of tissues. It might come in handy when someone next spills something. In a sullen mood, I head back to the academy with Agnes Tachyon. Wow! I'm so mad. One day during training, I've noticed that your recent training sessions have centered on improving your trainee's breathing mid-race. That's just something horses do, being a bad gambling influence goes too far. You're right. Scientific experiments involving poison are normal horse behavior. You've also taken slope training, which builds stamina and emphasizes endurance over speed.
あの
Are you perhaps planning on running a long-distance race? Haha, you got me there. Nothing's been announced publicly yet, so could you keep that off the record?
はい
Of course. I'm here to ask about your trainee's progress, nothing more.
トレーナーさん
Ah, Trainer Lady Urania, it's nice to see you again. It seems that Odonashi is here to conduct interviews for her magazine, but I'm noticing something. I do have a large thorax, thank you. You sure know a lot about Umamusume.
ええ
Well, I am a reporter. It's my job to have a certain amount of background knowledge. The more knowledgeable I am on the subject matter, the better the articles I can write. It seems Miss Odonashi takes the subject of Umamusume more seriously than I thought. Ah, I do apologize. I've only been talking about myself. Seeing as we've got the chance, would you mind if I asked you about your trainee? Skip the horse girls, let's date the reporter. She is cute. My current horse girl, though, is a scientist, and not like a normal one. She's a mad scientist, and she's been experimenting on me. So I'm happy. I'm not trading her in. What would you say is your next hurdle? It doesn't have to be anything big. For all that she insists she's just a reporter, her expertise might come in handy. Odonashi really is best girl sometimes. She's really excitable and energetic, and that's nice. She's good to have around. See my shocked face? This is my shocked face? Exactly. Like, come on. She calls me her guinea pig. The very first scene with her, she has abducted you and put you in a VR world. And you wake up on the rooftop with her. Her bit gets old fast when it comes down to it. She's great. Yeah. Let's see. We're trying to work on strength.
今なんと
Strength, you say? That's simply amazing. Pardon? Slope and weight training are both effective ways of building strength. But the most important thing by far is diet. Strong and supple muscles are made in the kitchen. So you must be hunting for the very best ingredients. I'm talking long-lived Okinawan pork, cliff-top swallow's nests, and deep-sea fish from the ocean floor. Ah, such devotion! I think she might have gotten the wrong idea there, but her comments about diet are very useful. Deep-sea fish might be a little out of my budget, but I later catch a white fish that's good for building muscles and serve it to Agnes Tachyon.
さっ
She's...
さと始めようか
What upsets me about her is that she doesn't listen. Wow, my speed is way up there, huh? My favorite character in my favorite anime is a goth maid who's really the Dragon of Death. What anime is that? What do I want? I want to increase their
始めよう
friendships. Restaurant to another world? Interesting.
ご検討見事にゃ
It's Valentine's Day. While working in my office,
ートレーナー
Happy Valentine's Day.
くハッピー
The day where one gives chocolate as a token of appreciation. I too followed the tradition and prepared these for you. Her name is Kuro. Bow, bow, bow. Restaurant to another world. Isekai Shokuro. Which is the Japanese name.
なあなあ
Now, don't be shy. Hurry up and try some. Don't mind if I do. Going along with the request, I opened up the parcel handed to me to reveal a selection of bite-sized chocolates. What's the matter? You won't have any? Truthfully, the idea of consuming something offered by her scares me. No, it doesn't. I would do it. But if I refuse, I did my best to make these. Maybe she actually has no ulterior motive. Sealing my resolve, I popped some of the chocolate into my mouth. I feel a sweet flavor permeating the inside of my mouth. A rich taste of chocolate. No, of pork? And garlic? Wait, why does it taste like a pork bowl? It's something called allithiamine, which is great for alleviating fatigue. You've seen how this doujinshi show goes? I know, right? I'm happy to go along with it. Long story short, I combined ingredients that contain ample amounts of vitamin B1 and allicin, then compressed those into what you ate earlier. I did it out of consideration for your fatigue. Chocolates also have the same sedative effect that aids in reducing anxiety, but they end up raising blood sugar levels as a side effect. In any case, wasn't it delicious? It was indeed delicious, but... good. I'm glad to hear that. I didn't perform a taste test, you see. Speaking of which, as she begins to speak, she takes a piece out of the pork bowl flavored chocolate and tosses it into her mouth. How intriguing. The dissimilarity between the outward appearance and its actual substance is quite extreme. You think you're eating chocolate only to experience the complex flavors of a pork bowl. What a horrendous betrayal. I suddenly crave for sweets. Alright, you there, make something for me right now. Right now? Come on, hurry, hurry. I want to eat the real stuff. I want dessert now. Chocolate cake, chiffon cake, anything will do as long as it's sweet. At her request, I head into the kitchen to begin baking. I'd figure it out. After some time, the scent of freshly baked chocolate cookies pervades the kitchen. Wow, they look tasty. I applaud your effort, guinea pig. To be some beautiful mad scientist guinea pig. And with these lip-smacking cookies I made, I spent a heartwarming Valentine's Day together with Agnes Tachyon. Wait, what? Valentine's Day isn't so bad after all. Oh, good. Her skill leveled up. That's fantastic. Let's see. Otonashi. Let's get with the director, and I don't know who that other one is. Somebody once told me. Indeed. Agnes Tachyon receives a fan letter apparently penned by a child. Would you look at this one, trainer? It says, my dream is to run like Tachyon. The kid's not even an Umamusume, though. Everyone's got a dream. A dream, huh? Don't you find that amusing, trainer? Proclaiming to want the leg power to rival us mystical Umamusume? How ambitious. It's utterly mad. But that's what makes it so interesting. Alright, I best write a response right away then, yes? To the child with their nigh impossible dream. Trainer, bring me some paper and a pen. The next day I take your letter to a postbox. Unintentionally I get a quick glimpse at its contents. If you desire the leg power of an Umamusume, research is the key. I am looking forward to your future achievements. Though her handwriting was a bit messy, the message she left was clear. Oh good, it improved her mood and gave her more skill points. Incredible. Failure 22%. We're not going to risk that. Not again. Not like last time. Good. Well rested. One day, Agnes Tachyon brings me to a certain place. Wow, it's a beautiful day, isn't it? Well then, let's get started. Where are we? I thought we'd do an experiment here today. Don't worry, it won't be difficult. First, show me your limits. That's where the real experiment begins. I'll slow down to your pace and run alongside you, so try to go as fast as you can. I run along the beach according to Agnes Tachyon's instructions. It's gotta feel like an Umamusume running next to a human has to feel like... walking, basically, right? Like, it's like an adult human running next to a toddler. The Potsfern fellow thought to itself, oh no, not again. Now we're in, Hitchhiker's Guide territory. There we go. Maybe like jogging? Yeah, like, it's gotta feel so slow. Then again, they do walk. 1 hour passes, then another. My body gets heavier and heavier as my feet crash into the sand with each step. Trainer, watch your step. After hearing Agnes Tachyon's voice from behind me, I look down at my feet. There I see... Is this a train from Rocky 3 or 4? I don't know. A sea urchin? It's too late, I can't avoid it. Trainer, open your eyes. I open my eyes to find the urchin is right next to me. It seems Agnes Tachyon had pulled me away just in time. Jeez, you're quite the hazard. I need you to refrain from getting injured outside of experiments. Did they run on the beach in Rocky 3 or 4? I haven't watched any Rocky movies, so I have no idea. Thank you. You owe me now. It happened so quickly, my heart rate skyrocketed. No, wait. The feeling in that moment, perhaps it'll be useful for the body modification I'm currently researching. Nice work, trainer. Let's hurry back to the laboratory. I must make a record of that moment before I forget. Agnes Tachyon seems to have gained something from her spur-of-the-moment action. Her running improved significantly from that day. Yes! Yes! She made up for a whole lot of stuff. Alright. Stamina. I should do power so I can get... I could do stamina so I could get more with the director. The Odonashi isn't on any of them. That's interesting. Hell yeah. The finale is in danger. Oh, this one. It's raining. The turf is bad. Odonashi's on lunch break, apparently. She's literally a child. It's incredible. Ah. What's wrong? Good things come to those who persist. That fixes it. Okay, her stamina, guts, and... well, friendship would have gone up, but... Alright, I have a ton of skill points. I'm not going to go into this race with them all. Let's see. Multiples of 400. What is my... 2000 is a multiple of 400. Fall runner, moderately increased performance in fall. I don't care about that. Increase that on skill turning. I can increase that twice? Okay, let's do corner adept. Or 272. Recovered endurance when the way ahead is jammed early race. That would be good. Unyielding. Increased ability to fight back when passed by another runner on the final corner. Let's get that one. Yeah. Alright. It's time to race. The Osaka High. She's got to place top 3. She doesn't have to win. Hey, isn't that Agnes Tachyon? She recently sparked a lot of controversy on the internet. Oh yeah, that's her. I was interested, so I watched the footage of the Kika's show. She performed pretty well, actually. She surprised the crowd at the Kika's show, but the question is, how will she fare today? Agnes Tachyon lets out a carefree yawn, paying no heed to the surrounding chatter. She's not fazed one bit. Silly guinea pig. I appear relaxed because I am focused. I've been employing various breathing and muscle relaxation techniques to ease both my mind and body. It is a proven type of mental training built on the foundation of sports science. Is that really true? Besides, today brings the first of our long-awaited goal races. I got your hopes up back then, so it only makes sense that I prove my hypothesis. As compensation for accompanying me along this journey beyond limits, I'll reward you with a few victories. Alright then, let's hear your plans for my senior year schedule. I'm all ears. She promised me that just a few days after the Kika show. Here's the thing. Even if she never wins another race, she already won a Triple Crown in her classic year. Which is an incredible showing. But she better win anyway. Because I want her to. I trust you. She responds with a shrewd grin. That's the spirit. So you just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Cooking with bean sprouts and fish cakes. Number 1 fave, huh? Super Creek has better stamina. I don't remember what those symbols mean anymore. Here we go. She has a really good placement. Thank you, Cassandra. I love that they put her on the inside. Come on, Agnes. If not, we burn the school down. Agreed. For every time there's a person in front of her at the end, we burn the school down. Yes! Get that endurance back. She hasn't activated any of her other skills though, which is unfortunate. She's in third. She's got to pull ahead. Now she's in fourth. No. Come on. Break ahead. Oh no. Oh, she did pull out into the third. Okay. She didn't win, but she did place where she needed to. Alright, that's fine. We can work with that. We'll watch it when she wins. Hanshin Racecourse is alive with excitement. The gym and teacher's lounge down? Yeah. That's the problem child, Agnes Tachyon. Her running style is quite something. Yeah, I couldn't turn my eyes away. Her potential's a real force to be reckoned with. With what she's shown today, one has to acknowledge her true strength. The standing ovation which ensues is no doubt meant for Agnes Tachyon. Well, isn't the crowd boisterous today? Is that my name they're calling? It would appear to be the result of my running. Oh, it's you, guinea pig. What did you think about my run? How are you feeling? Are you hurt anywhere? I feel great, as you see. Just like I promised, I can do just fine in the senior races. I'm glad to hear that. Yet this is only a pit stop, dear guinea pig. The journey to discover the true potential of Umamusume has only just begun. I finally set sail with my hull intact. The sea is vast, and the world my oyster. To that end, your assistance will be indispensable, trainer. You can count on me. So, the next race is the Takarazuka Kinen, a race 200 meters longer in distance than this one. That means it is imperative to raise my lactate threshold as well as my resistance to lactic acid. That is why I spent an entire night developing this new concoction. Ta-da! From her pocket, she pulls out a liquid glowing fluorescent pink. That can't be safe to drink. My body is a temple, which is where you come in, dear guinea pig. Something's off about the color. Don't tell me a veteran guinea pig such as yourself is afraid because of a mere color. I'll drink it. As always, she's coercing me to consume her latest concoction. Meanwhile, the cheering and applause continues with no end in sight. She invented Pepto-Bismol? Seems like it. It was very funny that... who was it? Daiwa Scarlet was upset on her behalf because everybody was like, she's making dangerous chemicals and putting them into things and making people drink them. And Daiwa Scarlet was mad, but she does. She does that. She does it all the time. So, like, being mad about it is nothing. Good. That's the three goddesses statue. Inspiration! Perfect. Stamina went up by 83? That's so good. Did someone interfere with my central nervous system? What an interesting vision. Power. My body's overflowing with power. On one particular day leading up to the Fan Fest, a photo shoot. Yeah, it's the main event for the Fan Fest. We want you to make an appearance no matter what. Looks like some organizers are going around scouting Umamusume on campus. As the photo shoot operates on a rotational basis, we'll only need to borrow you for an hour. More importantly, you can greet your fans. I see. The organizer appears to be brimming with anticipation, but unfortunately, Agnes Tachyon dislikes, above all else, anything that she deems a waste of time. I bet she's going to turn her down. A photo shoot, eh? How utterly fascinating. Why not? I accept your proposal. Huh? Who the fuck are you and what'd you do with Agnes Tachyon? What? What are you getting all surprised for? Lo and behold, Agnes Tachyon chooses to participate in the photo shoot during the FanFest. As soon as the event organizer leaves, I ask her out of curiosity why she agreed to the photo shoot. Lately, I've become increasingly curious about the powers that stem from factors like enthusiasm and passion. It's surprising that the science-loving Agnes Tachyon would show such interest over emotional things. Well, this is new. I simply sense potential from my own first-hand observations. The extent of muscular exertion depends not only on physiological factors, but psychological factors as well. In other words, it has been proven that motor performance is linked to the level of activity in the cerebral cortex and the central nervous system. The effect that a crowd's cheering has on a person will depend on various psychological factors. In the case of adolescent human females, this relationship is proven to be statistically significant, but whether or not the same conclusion can be made about Umamusume, That is the aim of this study. What is she going on about?
あ
Well, in simpler terms, I plan on getting closer to my fans. This is, of course, for the sake of my research. That's Agnes Tachyon for you. It makes perfect sense. The day of the Fan Fest has come. A crowd of fans, enthralled by her appearance at the Osaka High, flock over to the photo shoot. Your performance at the Osaka High was amazing. I'll be cheering for you.
ありがとう
Ah, I appreciate it. I can't believe I'm seeing you in person. You're the coolest. The pleasure is all mine. Is that really Tachyon? Though I know it's for the sake of research, I stand dumbfounded by the unfamiliar sight. Eventually, the photo shoot comes to a close. Ah, that was more tiring than I had thought. You seem to have been enjoying yourself. Did it seem that way? I guess I couldn't contain myself over the idea of finding more test subjects. Besides, it's such a rare opportunity to be able to observe people eliciting such emotional responses up close. Upon laying their eyes on me, their respiration and heart rates seemed to visibly fluctuate, evidencing stimulation to their dopamine nervous systems.
例だ
It would follow, then, that the more races I win, the more their reward systems are stimulated. At this rate, there might come a day where the simple sight of me provokes tears. Dear me, how intriguing this concept of fandom is. But how did you feel during the photo shoot? I don't really imagine myself getting used to that sort of thing, but it wasn't nearly as bad as I imagined. It was, in subjective terms, and in every sense of the word, bubbly. Well, in any case, it wasn't an unpleasant experience. If anything, it was on the pleasant side. Though not in the way I imagined, it seems like she found her own way to enjoy the photo shoot. She laughs abruptly. I remember now. And if you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss will gaze back into you. Or so it goes. Meaning?
いや
Well, this is purely speculative. However, there may come a day when I too could tear up at the mere sound of their cheers. But if such a phenomenon directly correlates to an improvement in speed, then it is a price I am willing to pay. It appears this fan fest has been extra stimulating for Agnes Tachyon. Mood remains great. Introduction to physiology leveled up. Hell yeah. That's very good. I'm glad her skill leveled up. Let's get a friendship training and improve stuff with Otonashi.
張り切っていこう
Hell yeah. Floor cleaning. That's interesting. Hydrate. I can do that. I must say, your training routine is fairly basic, but you seem to be working well as a team. However, knowing how you care about your trainee above all else, I can't imagine this is all you have in store for her. I'll check back on your next session. Posture check. I can do that. I received a decent review. Speed went up by 3. Friendship with Etsuko Otonashi went up by 7.
さすがの私も研究続きでは体力に
Suppose even I require more stamina to improve my research. I need to rest.
なあなあ
Listen up, trainer. In my dream, I did it. She discovered the secrets of Umamusume in her dream. So now she feels great. I'm talking with Agnes Tachyon about her next experiment when... I forget. Taiki shuttles from America, right? Whoa, nice timing, Tachyon.
どうしたんだい
Oh, if it isn't Taiki, what brings you here? Well, I'm in a bit of a pickle with this pile of lucky trouble I got here. So please, would you give me a hand? Huh? I know this is a place where you can quickly consume high-calorie masses of food and all, but this amount is simply... Agnes Tachyon's gaze is drawn to a large pile of hamburgers on the table. I ordered delivery, but the store made a mistake, and here I got 200 instead of 20. Good thing they didn't charge me, but there's no darn way I can eat them all myself. So Tachyon, please take some off me. I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm afraid it may throw my nutritional intake off balance. The convenience of such abundant calories isn't lost on me, but there is a serious lack of essential nutrients such as vitamin C and fiber. Besides, supplements make proper meal consumption much easier of a task. Moreover, oh, I get you. But there ain't no need to worry, these burgers are big and delicious. Large equals justice. Deliciousness equals justice, which means we're all good. You obviously don't understand at all. The convenience of the offer is tempting, seeing as we haven't had lunch yet. Still... American horse equals Applejack. I know, right? We'll pass. Good idea. My apologies, Taiki. I appreciate the gesture, though. Aw, that's too bad. But there ain't no point in arguing if you've made up your mind. I help her carry the mountain of hamburgers back to the academy. Before long, half of the hamburgers are eagerly devoured by a certain gray-haired Umamusume. Ogre Cap? Is it Ogre Cap? I don't know. Wow, my stamina is huge now. Let's get my speed really up there. Energy went down. Yes, friendship with Bakushin is high. This is the first time I've seen this one in a while. But still. It's wild having this American bred horse over there. Where's Otonashi? There? I would like to impress her, but I need power. Thank you for your hard work, trainer. You're really giving it your all, aren't you? As you know, that time of year has finally come again. Oh, summer camp. Camp starts in July. Let's try not to screw it up this time, shall we? 2 turns from now in early July. Does the next race take up a turn? I don't. I do believe it does. Which means we should probably rest. So that we can go do our race and then go directly into summer camp. Assuming we win. While walking? Alright. Let's try this again. Hold on. While walking around campus on my break, I see Sakura Chiyono in the shade. I was falling asleep and tripped in a dream. Yeah. Ah! Who's that over there? It looks like Spe and... Marizan. Hey, don't you just think it's a great day for a drive? It'll be a great way to... Oh wait, she's a Guy Valley girl. Hey, don't you just think it's a great day for a drive? It'll be a great way to chillax. A drive? Well, as long as we follow the traffic laws, sure. A ride with Marizan. Wouldn't that be nice? It was like tripping, but it wasn't moving. But I wasn't moving. Interesting. Why not ask to go along? Hello. No, I'm fine. Just fine. Curious about why she seems so downtrodden, I ask her to explain. The truth is, I get motion sick. Oh, I see. Hey, Chiyo. Want to go for a drive to the beach? You're okay with me coming? I'd love to. I'm sure I'll be fine. It's just a little ways away. Let's floor it, baby! Vroom. I can't maintain a Valley Girl accent. I don't know why. It was terrible. The motion sickness hit me like a truck. I'm sure you can guess what happened next. She hasn't invited me on a drive since. I'm sure she's just being considerate, but it still sucks. So it only makes sense that she'd invite other people instead of me. Besides, I don't want to be a bother. Why don't you just run alongside the car? You'll fall and break your damn legs? That's a good point. You sure you'll be okay? Well, the truth is that I really want to go for a drive with Mars and I miss her so much. Why don't you work on overcoming your motion sickness? No? I did try to get used to riding different vehicles, but when I think about what happened, I get cold feet and can't go through with it. And every time I find myself acting like that, I feel like I'm drifting further and further away from Mars and... I'm sorry, I shouldn't think like this. Maybe you could do some research before you try again. Research? Do you mean like looking into what causes my motion sickness? That's a good idea. Yes, you're right. Depending on the cause, there might be more suitable methods I can use to overcome it. And it feels much better to do that than to simply sulk and envy others. You know what they say, know the soil before you plant the flowers. Thank you, I'll try it. It won't be easy for Sakura Chiyono-o to get over her nausea, but she's taking the first step toward progress. So, Sakura Chiyono-o, Sakura Bakushino, and Tam Opera-o must all be related because of the O. And also the Sakuras are related because of the Sakura. 15 skill points, very good. 83. Is there anything I want to get at 80? Standard distance, fall performance. No. Strategist. No. Alright. Takara, Zuka, Keenan, go. I have concerns, but here we go. Captivated by Agnes Takyon's performance at the Osaka High, many fans have come today to cheer her on. Agnes Tachyon is running in the race today. I might have heard of that name. Who's that again? She's a strange one, but for some reason I can't help but want to root for her. Well, well, there's quite a few fans present. The more the merrier. Yes, it's an excellent opportunity to further research the significance of crowd support. Still, we're here at a G01 race with the full support of the crowd. All procedures are in place. How far can we go today? My body is tingling with anticipation. You're pretty good at it, you know that? You're not half bad yourself.
3番 Agnes Tachyon.
Eighth favorite? Oh no.
7番 16番
Oh, that's all. Okay.
1番人気です14番人気
That's all fan levels stuff. Got it. That's fine. All this horse racing makes me want to stretch. I hope she wins.
今日に託されたファンの夢、思いを力に変えて。今スタートが切られました。各馬娘
Okay, looks like a decent start. Wait, no, that was... I definitely had a little pop-up that I missed. She's in the middle still. Alright, number 7, 5. Not bad, not bad. 6, okay, come on. She hasn't triggered any of her skills. Come on, Agnes. Come on, Tachyon.
順位を振り返っていきます。先頭は変わらずサイレンス鈴鹿、続いてマヤのトップガン目白ライアン、並んできた。内を回ります。目白マス
She's falling back. That's not good.
外目をついて17番、さらに外から4番、そしてその後方には2番、内の方から1番、外を通りましてアグネスタキオン、内から行くグラスワンダー、そして外目をつきましては16番、
I know, right?
内から5番、そしてその外を
I'm stressed.
15番、1馬身離れて6番、さらに
They're heading into the last third of the race. And she's middle of the pack. She needs to be pushing to get to the front.
勝負どころ、最後の直線へとかけていきます。
Come on. She activated 0 skills. There we go. Alright. Come on, come on. 7. She's running. She's pushing it. Oh, come on. Triumphant Pulse. That's good. Okay, okay. Alright. She made it to third. Alright. Something about getting interesting data, I think. I know, right? Tachyon, you were great. They cheered me on from start to finish. Though I struggle to comprehend why, I find it deeply fascinating. Thank you. In reply, a shriek can be heard from somewhere in the stands. This bitch just... I know, right? Now, going over today's results. Oh. Tachyon? During the race, I listened into the crowd and I could make out a few cheers here and there, and guess what? The data doesn't lie. The relationship between cheering and muscular exertion proves significant. I'm rather shocked, to be honest. It seems my emotions can be stimulated by both internal and external factors. I am but a social animal after all. I think what she means to say is the crowd's cheering motivated her. My, how utterly intriguing. All that's left this year are the Autumn Tennis Show and the Arima Kinen. Time is aplenty. There's one small step closer to breaking the limits of the Umamusume kind, to fulfilling my dream. I gotta get her guts and her wits up. Because she's not triggering her skills nearly as many times as she should. Summer camp begins today, and in order to conquer the Autumn Tennis Show and Arima Kinen races, it's going to be an intensive one. Are you ready, trainer? The types of training available exclusively in the summer are comparable to the number of stars in space. Time is short, so make sure you plan out an effective training regimen for me. Compared to last year, Agnes Tachyon has turned over a new leaf and is taking training seriously. Good. That means that I don't have to worry about her having serious issues. Does anyone else feel like eating apples drying out of their throat, or is it just you? That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do a different thing. I meant to do guts, but... Fuck yes. I can see it. I think it's because they're acidic. Double friendship training? I just got my speed up by 49. Let's do this. They're very slightly acidic. I appreciate how much you like Cassafel's emotes. But they're very good emotes, so. Summer is nearly over. I'd say that training went rather well, wouldn't you? More than anything else, we made great use of our time. I applaud your efforts, Guinea Pig. With that being said, we must not grow complacent. There are only 2 months until the Autumn Tenno show. In that time, we'll need to perfect my physical form and fulfill every requirement for victory. Kira-san, and she's out trying to help pull a truck out of the mud, and then Seto no Diamond comes to help her. It's interesting how there's never just like, or there's almost never just like a character that just hates somebody in this. Professor of Curvature. Double friendship training on speed. Yes please. And it's got Odonashi on it. That's very cool. 3 turns left. The threat of the Ura Finale's cancellation has the campus in an uproar. I haven't gotten to this one yet. Daiwa Scarlet, what? The Ura Finale might be called off? No way! You've got to be kidding me. And I spent so long planning how I was going to show Scarlet up. Excuse me? A race would have been the perfect way to settle this. No! The shock! The horror! All that training wasted. Yeah, it's a shame. I wanted to run. And the food stalls, I was looking forward to those the most. There seems to be widespread dissatisfaction among the students regarding the cancellation of the Ura Finale. You're a trainer, right? Is it true that the Ura Finale has been cancelled? There were so many racers I wanted to support. I see. So the Academy can't find any replacement turf. Rough turf would put the runners at risk after all. Still, it's unfortunate. I heard about the Ura Finale being cancelled. What a shame. Mika and I finally resolved to seize victory there together, too. Fans who are looking forward to the Ura Finale, trainers and Umamusume who see it as their goal, what once started out as a mere declaration from the director has clearly grown into something much bigger. Its influence can still be felt, even in this dark hour. The cancellation isn't set in stone yet, is it? There's just an issue with the turf.
Yes.
In that case, I won't give up until the end. I'll try and think of something. Right. Let's put our heads together. We rack our brains for a way to save the Ura Finale. Huh? Hurrah! Where's she going? Is that the director? Where's she's running off to at a time like this? Let's go after her. Right. Heave. Ho! How much of the track will this cover? 20%? 10? 5? Oh, what am I doing? How can I possibly grow all this turf myself? Enough! I can't think like that. Back to work. Heave ho! Grow, my beautiful turf. Grow so that my beloved Umamusume can run. Run towards their dreams. Looks like she's trying to grow the turf for the track herself. With a farm the size of the one Director Akikawa purchased, it might actually be possible to grow the turf we need. But there's one big problem. Right. There's no way the director can produce all that turf alone. But if she wasn't alone, then maybe, just maybe, if 2 hands won't cut it, how about 4? If we ask more and more people for help, sounds like we found our solution. Yeah, let's get to it, Trainer Lady Urania. The next day, exhaustion, tiredness, fatigue. But there's no use feeling sorry for myself. Whoa! What's going on? Where did this crowd come from? Director, you're the one trying to grow turf for the Euro finale, right? I heard all about it. Let us help you out. I'm looking forward to this event too much to miss it.
上々です
We also solicited volunteers on Tweakle Monthly's official website. We'll have more hands on deck shortly.
なんと
You all came to help, but why?
あ
Director, look over there. There's more.
らなんぞ
More? I thought an honor student like you wouldn't want to get your hands dirty. Well, think again. I'll do any job perfectly no matter what.
にゃはは
You go, King. You're doing a first-rate job. Say it'd be even more first-rate if you carry this soil.
まあ
That's your job. Will you please take this seriously? You are quite the expert at handling Earth, Miss Falcon.
ちょっと
What kind of weird compliment is that? Although, hold on. A farmer Umadal? Maybe that's a niche in the market.
ごっくり
The students too? The Aurora Finale is no longer your dream alone, Director. The entire student body shares your vision. So when a certain pair reached out to me for help, why, it was simply my duty as student council president to gather all the hands I could.
だって
A certain pair?
あの
We saw that you might need help growing the turf, so we decided to ask for volunteers. And when we put out the request, well, as you can see, a lot of people wanted to pitch in.
なんと
Trainer Lady Urania and Trainer Kiryuan, we all want the Ura Finale to happen. With this much help, we can grow plenty of turf. More than enough for the Ura Finale. Thank you, and once again, thank you. I appreciate all of your help. Let's make the Ura Finale a huge success.
うら
Indubitably. Now everyone, let's get to work. We're all looking forward to the Ura Finale, of course, but I don't think that's why so many people have come to help out. It's really Director Akikawa's dedication that brought us all together. Or so I muse as I pitch in planning turf. Tokai Teo's exhibition race. Ah, no.
そうです
I had an itch on my nose. But it's fine now. Extra energy, extra speed, rushing gale. Hell yeah.
今日の私はいつ
Let's get this speed up.
おおやってやりますかも見事にゃ
Alright, speed training is now level 5. I wonder what it consists of now. I was heading to the track to tidy up after today's training session. I don't think I've done this one. Thanks for training with me today. It's my pleasure, Suzuka. I know you have a race coming up, so I'd love to help you in any way I can. It's been a while since I've heard you sing.
よーし
Oh, I better make sure I grab a good seat. Hey, Spay, can I ask you what you think of your fans? Oh, I've seen this one. Yeah.
はいあの
She asks her, like,
あの
they're just like, yeah, I want to do stuff for my fans because they're important to me. Unrestrained, huh?
重ねや
It's level 2. I do need to rest, and this is... No Otonashi anywhere. With wits 300,
ちょっと付き合えよ
it should be even more likely for her to pull off her skills, which is important.
さて
Well, I guess that's it for today then. I'm going to the laboratory now. And speaking of preparations for tomorrow's experiment, trainer.
いや
Admire Vega? Oh, look, it's Ayabe. Are you about to begin training? Isn't that obvious?
なるほど
I see.
トレーナ
I've decided, trainer. I'm going to continue training. Together with Ayabe.
ー何よ
Together? I never said I wanted to train with you. Oh, pay me no mind. I'm just going to run with you, no big deal. You're Tachyon's trainer, right? Aren't you going to stop her? Humor her a little, will you? Ah. Nice decision. I do what I want, after all. What about what I want? I finally have the chance to observe Agabe run from up close. Hey, are you even listening? Come on, don't be shy. Run as fast as you can. Agnes Tachyon refuses to leave Admiral Vega alone and decides to stick around for some extra training. Energy went down, wits went up. Friendship with Director Akikawa went up. Good. Akushin's cooking. She's about to burn an egg and then cause an explosion. Sorry, burn a boiled egg. Alright. See? Because she threw everything, including tons of oil, into a frying pan. She's reckless. She's a menace. Let's see. Let's go and get Corner Adept. Alright. This is the second to last goal. She has to place first. She has to win this one. I can't wait to see Agnes Tachyon. She's an oddball, but there seems to be more to her than meets the eye. Yeah, I totally get you. I love the way she runs. The venue is full of Agnes Tachyon's fans. Clearly, the Autumn Tenno show isn't hailed as the definitive medium-distance race for nothing. In contrast to the lively stands, the race course is full of strained tension. So you're nervous? Not in the slightest. Overexcitement is detrimental to the ability to focus. I'm completely relaxed, but I still want to get the most out of the opportunity. I feel like I can run really well today. It took a lot to get all the way here. That's why I'm not holding anything back. Oh good, Mihono Bourbon's terrified that Thunder will steal her tail. She's the #1 fave. And she's got the best speed and power. And I guess third best stamina. But she also has a couple recovery abilities as long as they proc. Okay, here we go. Late start, that's not good. We might end up doing this one again. Come on. She's holding in the middle. She's trying to find a way through the pack. She's having a hard time. That's not great. Okay, she's moving up. Come on. Come on, Tachyon, you can do this. 5. Okay, good. 2. Yes. She's in third. She's got to pull ahead. She's got to take... Oh no, she dropped to fourth. Come on. 5th. Oh. Come on, you're going into the last stretch. Come on. You gotta gun it, Agnes. Ah, I'm so tense. 3. Third place. 2nd. Oh, she's pushing it. Well, oh yes, Triumphant Pulse. Good, good, good. Oh, pastry. Oh, oh, oh. Yes! Yes! Her skills won it for us. So fucking good. Hell yeah. A new trophy. She's up to platinum now. I don't think we've watched this concert. Certainly not with her as the lead. Hell yeah. I am one goal away from a completely successful career with Agnes Tachyon. After the tennis show, Autumn, on Insufficiency, I can go further, faster. I'll surpass the limits imposed upon me, to a new frontier of speed where no Umamusume has tread before. With a mad dash bordering on hysteria, Agnes Tachyon renders the crowd speechless at the Autumn tennis show. They sit transfixed in a breathless silence. Crossing the finish line is Agnes Tachyon! Seconds later, the crowd erupts into a thunderous roar celebrating the winner. Thank goodness, Agnes Tachyon. Watching that gave me goosebumps. Phew. Tachyon, great job. You were amazing. Agnes Tachyon flashes a smile toward the non-stop cheering coming from the stands. Thank you for your support. Your voices give me strength. The crowd lets out another resounding cheer. Agnes Tachyon comes back with the crowd still cheering and whistling behind her. Trainer, thanks for waiting for me again. You did great, Tachyon. I must say, that was incredible. Almost something akin to idolatry. I might even be venerated post-mortem. However, it doesn't feel bad to bask in their cheers. I might even describe it as pleasant, like electricity coursing through my veins. What a Tachyon thing to say. Suddenly, a look of worry spreads across her face. Is something wrong? I came so close to reaching the limits of the Umamusume body today. But of course I fell one step short. My body was prepared. I had the requisite skill and talent. I even thoroughly noted the effect of the crowd's interference. This is the first that I'm asking you something like this, but it might also be the last. What is it that I am lacking? A sense of morality? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the missing factor for my victory. Look, I'll even entertain one of those wishy-washy elements like love, aspiration, courage, or whatever. We put our heads together but failed to come up with anything viable. In any case, in 2 months, our goal for this year, the Arima Kinen, will be upon us. What better stage is there to prove myself? Wouldn't you agree? Yeah. With the Arima Kinen on the horizon, I begin searching for an answer to what she's lacking. Manhattan Cafe shows up. A lone figure stands behind Agnes Tachyon, staring intently at her from behind. Goals achieved 8 out of 9. I'm so... Ugh. Alright. She's platinum. Alright. Saving and exiting. Let's get all our collected missions, our prizes. Okay. Alright. My Umamusume friendship code is in the Discord for those of you who want to join me, friend me, hang out with me on Umamusume, support my Umas and have yours supported by me. So go look there, do that. I also put it in my latest posts on Blue Sky and Mastodon. If you're on Mastodon, I'm on there as Lady Arania, spelled like my Twitch ID. What is my whole thing? .mastodon.social or at mastodon.social. So I hope to see you there. But this is it for now. Where are we going to go after this? You know what? We're going to drop back in on Coco, who's also playing this. Alright, hatchlings. Tomorrow's my day off. I won't be back tomorrow. I'll be back on Thursday, and you better believe we better win this run. We're going to try anyway. So until then, I love you. I miss you. Sleep tight.